Let's see if this works. We're going live. Okay. Oh, there it is. Wow, what timing. Are you kidding me? Their stream just started. Okay, Just Dango, help me. Can you hear me loud and clear? Can you see me? Can you see the stream? How we doing, guys? We just spent a lot of time setting this up. Can you hear me? It's a little quiet, and you can hear me. Okay. So people are saying it's too quiet. Let me get this volume as well. This might be super loud. Let's go. Here. Let's go 40%. How's that? It's a little low. It's a little low. What about now? Is my volume going higher? Can you hear me now? I can't hear you. Put up the mic more. Okay. Put up the mic more. I can hear myself talking. I hate that. Oh well. The voice is better. And I just need to turn the sound down further. Okay. Yeah, the mic feels like it's too high. Let's turn it down slightly. Okay, how's that? What about there? How's that for the mic? This is good. Perfect mic. Excellent. Now we're vibing. Thank you. We're here, guys. Hell yeah. What an opportunity. Oh my God, so many people are subbing. Cranmerix, Purple Moose, love you too, man. James, Fat Matt, 3 years, Fat Matt. Thank you, man. Brian, Macy K. Thank you, guys. We are in the Xbox Studios. We're in the Xbox Studios. And you might notice, well, actually, what we're gonna do a little bit later is, I would have zoomed in more on the camera, but actually the lead of the Diablo 4 expansion, the game director, after he's done doing this presentation, is gonna come up here and join me, and we're gonna talk to him while we play on the Spiritborn. So we can ask him whatever we want. The background sound is still too loud. Okay, that's crazy. I have it at 7%. I turned it down. How's that? I wonder, try 2. Well, let me test something weird. Do you guys hear it if I mute it? What if I mute it? Does it actually mute it? Okay, it does mute it. Okay, so let's turn it up. Let's try 4. I'm not going to zoom my camera, but the reason why is the game director is going to join me. So we need to have the camera wide so he can join me. By the way, guys, I'm here with Sarah. You want to say hi? Say hi. Look, it's Sarah.
What's up, guys?
She's here making sure I don't do something stupid. You want to know where Woody is? He's right behind me over there, just where we like him. Okay, guys, I need your help. We have 25 minutes. I need the absolute best questions for the game director, the big guy, the big kahuna. He's going to join us. We can't ask him anything NDA'd. If you could ask the game director of the expansion, can I see that real quick? If you could ask the game director of the expansion something, what would you ask him? The main question that I have for him is, without spoiling anything, what's your elevator speech for the expansion? What's coming to the game that people should be excited about and spend the money on to get the expansion? Who tests the expansion? I wonder if we could maybe edit that a little bit. Thinking of a way we could edit that. Are there other classes coming? That's not a question he's going to be able to answer. We're not going to be able to anything that they haven't already announced. I don't think he's going to divulge secrets like, are we going to get a loot filter? That's an interesting question. Will the public have a chance to test the game before it launches? That's a good one. Maybe we can get an answer out of that. My thumbnail is last Epoch. That's got to be Lee. My brother's got to fix that. I don't have the tools to fix it. Are my games both Diablo 4? WASD movement, don't we already have that? How is the state of balance with the new class? All right, I'm going to tell you guys something. Hold on, I have to sneeze. Yeah, are we going to get a new shiny holy class? I'm going to tell you something about the Spiritborn. So, the other content creators that went on the 12th, they had about an hour and a half with the class. Yesterday, we had about 3-ish hours with the class. And so, what I was thinking when I was sitting there, I had we had more time than the other people, and now we're going to play it again for you guys. I was thinking, how in the world can I show you guys everything about the Spiritborn in a very nice structure? Like, my number one priority is the stream. I want you to see almost as much of the Spiritborn has to offer in 2 hours. So what I have done is, in those 3 hours, I actually made 4 builds. So I'm going to fire up the game. I'm going to re-roll. And then I'm going to play for whatever, 2 minutes for fixing the build, 28 minutes for play. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking this seriously. We're not playing games here. Well, I mean, we're literally playing a game, but I have 4 builds here that I'm going to make. I'm going to show you everything. Instead of making 1 mega build, I'm going to show you everything. But one of the questions is, like, how is class balance going to be in here? You're going to see some of these builds of the Spiritborn are going to Ultima delete everything. And they said like the final patch. We're not playing on the most recent patch. The final patch will, of course, be much more balanced. It's not even balanced within the Spiritborn. You're going to watch me go different specs. They're not equal power. I'm going to start on the most powerful build just because I want to show you guys like the absolute pain train. But they're all really cool. So once they balance them, it'll be really good. But yeah, we could ask about testing and class balance. That's a good question. I'm sure they can answer that. The way that I'm viewing this, guys, is what is this event? Like, let's think about the event itself. Like, I could selfishly say, oh, this event is to promote me and my stream, and oh, I want to be famous, and I'm at Xbox and Blizzard flew me out and I'm important. But the reason, why did they fly me here? Because they thought that I would give a good demonstration of the new class, and you guys haven't gotten to play it and you've never seen it before. So that's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is how can I show you and explain to you everything about this class in 2 hours so you can sit there and be like, I have a good understanding of the class now, and I can make a decision about if I want to play this. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm very honored to be here, but I'm taking this very seriously. Does the Spiritborn have minions? You're gonna find out very soon. I'm not sure how to, I'm not even sure how to answer the question. Kind of. Kind of. I'm more important than Taylor Swift. We both know that's not true. Guys, thank you for all there's so many people subbing. Thank you, guys. Seattle, I got your message. We'll be meeting up later, hopefully. Okay, guys, what other questions can we ask the game? This is the big shot, guys. What would you like to ask him? Is the class fun and difficult? One thing that I will tell you guys is
it?
Jesus fucking Christ. What's up, man?
Is it?
Wait, you're live in 17, man.
I know. I just wanted to say hi.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Dude, that would have been, what was it, workers' comp if I would have died.
Yeah, exactly.
How you feeling?
Hi, chat.
I
just wanted to say hi. Before we go live. So
Are the nerves kicking in?
the nerves are kicking in. We're live, so hopefully everyone enjoys.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more higher production, so
Yeah.
a little less casual, but still cool.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
hope everyone has fun.
Thanks for the opportunity, man.
Of course, yeah. Hi, chat. Bye, chat.
Guys, he's gonna be live in a few minutes. Like, he had to come up here and scare me first. Jesus Christ, man. That's probably gonna be on a Frosty video. Nobody let Frosty see that clip. Okay. Jesus Christ. Can you warn me next time?
Oh, sorry. I was like locked in doing something.
Jesus Christ. Summon Woody? All right, hold on. I'm gonna try.
Hello. I'm from the other room. Wait, guys, can you hear me? Hello. Oh my God, you always have your stream like this, like your chat.
Always like this, yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Because this is the notifications and this is the merge chat.
Yeah, it's so large. Okay.
That's
Hello.
why I'm blind. Can't see shit.
Okay. Anyway, I'm not sure if you heard me, but I'm sitting right here behind Rax in the other room. So if you like move the camera a little bit, you can actually see my setup there. Yeah, we were actually doing the IRL stream last night. For those that weren't here, so you guys can watch that as well. We were sitting there hanging out last night in the lounge.
We offshored the work over to India.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Had the European
So next time IRL stream on Rax's channel is going to be like some random Indians or something.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah, I can't stay very long here because I'm also about to I'm already also going there. So just wanted to say hi. All right, have a good time.
Have a good time, man. Show him who's boss. Okay, so he does exist. Yeah, we're having a LAN party. Yeah, the first thing that Woody, remember guys, the first thing that Woody said when he came in here is, wow, it's so large. That's literally what the first thing he said. There's 5 people. There's 5 people here. Me, Woody, Maxroll, Fame, and Sarah. Okay, so I can't hear the presentation at all. So I need to fix that. Okay, now I can hear it very well. Is the music volume good? Yeah, Blood is here. The Maxroll stream indeed. What's up? We have Mr. Matthew and Alex here. My mic is low. If I turn it up, then we're gonna have problems. I can just maybe turn it closer to my mouth. The volume is low on the dev thing. Ruben is here. Turn the game volume down a tad. Well, we have it at 4, so let's try 3. When it starts in 12 minutes, we'll recalibrate. So, what other questions can we ask the game director of the expansion, the Big Shot? What ideas do you guys have? Thank you so much for all the subs, guys. There's a million of them. Thank you. Walk Quip gifted 5. Thank you, my dude. Appreciate you guys. Woody said you have to have the mic very close. All right. Let me test something here. Turn this down. Is this good? Is that good? I am in Seattle, yes. I'm at the Xbox Studios. What? Yes. You want to know what? I'm gonna add. Let's do a machine gun thing. SSF, ladders, auction house. What else? What? Loot filter. Fuck it. Ask about the raids. Yep. The armory. Yeah. It'd be funny. This presentation is to announce the Spiritborn, the new class, and the first thing we ask is, what's the next class? All right, I'll ask about paladins, fine. I'm gonna phrase it in a way, I'm gonna say, listen, I'm not asking you if it's coming in Diablo 4. I want to ask you what the team thinks about these things and if we could ever see it in Diablo 4. How about that? Oh yeah, Uber Tomb Lord. I will ask about that. Sets and rune words, nice. I have loadouts already. Yeah, more goblins. I have a question. I want to ask him, is Diablo 4 going to essentially be a very similar game and then you add the expansion just kind of on top of it? Or might we see some big changes to the actual game? I'm going to ask him that. I want to ask, how big is the expansion in terms of like land mass? Like we have the 5 areas, right? Okay. Yeah, social systems, looking for group and social systems. So I have that, yep. A boob slider. You know, I would ask that. I would be fine asking that, but I'm at the Xbox studios, so if we get an interview when I'm back home and they can't murder me on the spot, let's ask that one then. Same thing with the ass slider. Rax is the ARPG god. Stash. More stash space? Sure. Yeah, I have auction house. I have loot filter. I guess I can just, additional difficulties, I can just ask that in general. Will the expansion bring like additional challenges? Like the pit is the first thing that can actually stop people. People can clear Uber bosses, but nobody can clear pit 200 without a bugged build. Will we see other endgame things like maybe the raids or something else that are actually supposed to be quite difficult? What? Fame is not live. Does she need help? Go ask her if she needs help, because she needs to be live in 5 minutes. If she needs help, I'll go help her. Okay. What's happening with blues and yellows? Nice. I like that one. Mercenary system. Oh, dude, you guys are frying. They announced. They announced that. Is she live? Okay. Oh yeah, our raids soloable. Yeah, that's a good one. Crafting, plans to enhance crafting. Yeah. When are we gonna get Diablo? Sure. Enhancements to the Paragon system. Paragon or skills. I put in SSF mode. Put in rune words. I put in social features already. I put in set items. Expanded skill trees. I have that. Okay. All right. I don't think there's any way he can answer all of these questions. If he answers every single one of these questions, then while he's here, I'll go back to the chat and we'll get more questions from you. I have... Oh, something's happening, guys. Can you hear it? Volume up or down? Listen. Up. Okay. Up or down now? Up or down?
Boy,
Fine, good. Okay.
Are you all right?
We've seen this before. We know this cinematic.
Nirel? Oh, you're not well. Please.
Dude, here we go, guys. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude.
Is that how I raised you?
You guys are gonna like this class.
No, mother.
I almost guarantee, almost everybody is gonna like this class for sure.
Alone. I must get to Akarat's tomb. But look at you. You're killing yourself. I don't know how much longer I can... I'm here, little magpie.
Is it like a fat druid? No.
I missed you.
It's nothing like a fat druid.
I'm so proud of you. But now, I need you to give up. No. Of course it's you! You monster! Let go of me! Let go? No. You made a choice. And I warned you, little magpie.
We're at the Xbox Studios, guys, with Blizzard. They're doing this presentation on the floor below me. Yeah, we're at the Microsoft Xbox headquarters.
Surrender.
No! I control the stone!
You hold the stone. You control nothing.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I could use some help.
Thank you so much for all the subs, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you for everything. Thanks for being here. This is gonna be good.
Hello, Diablo community. I'm Adam Fletcher, Community Director for Diablo. Welcome to our Spiritborn showcase, where we're doing a deep dive for this all-new class coming to Diablo 4, which will include a series of interviews followed by Q&A from Twitch chat. I'm joined here today with Game Director Brent Gibson.
Thanks, Adam. We've been working hard to make something unique for Diablo, and we're finally here to actually talk about it.
Brent, I can remember us at BlizzCon where we showed off our very first cinematic for Vessel of Hatred. Now we're actually here to showcase the Spiritborn for the first time. We're glad to have you back for the full reveal.
Thanks. We've set out to make an all-new class that comes from the jungles of Nahantu, an apex predator with a deep connection to the spirit realm. So, without further ado, let's kick off this deep dive to the Spiritborn.
Only a few among my people can become Spiritborn. As children, the most promising face judgment in the mist. Our trial begins and ends with pain. Those who are not called are culled. For the weak, all paths end here. For the worthy, that path leads to power beyond compare, and a sacred charge to wield it well. Though the mortal world was designed
Do you want me to turn it up?
us,
Turn it up. Okay.
our hearts, our minds, our bodies.
How's that?
There is another, which makes us bold. We are without fear. We are without equal. We walk with the ancient guardians of the unformed lands. Their power is our power. Their cause is our cause. We forge unbreakable bonds in the spirit realm to defeat the horrors of this one. For we are Spiritborn.
So you got the jaguar, the centipede, the gorilla, and the eagle. These things are so powerful. You'll see. You guys are gonna like this. It does not play like a witch doctor. It's so much better than a witch doctor. I'll show you. The mobility is extremely good. It's like a martial arts assassin with all of these, like the centipede can do kamehamehas, as you just saw. It's pretty good, guys. You guys are gonna like it. It's pretty good.
Wow, and there it is, the first look at the Spiritborn, the apex predator from the jungle. Awesome to finally show it off, and what an incredible trailer. To talk more about the Spiritborn,
How's
we'd
the
like
volume?
to introduce Eleni Rivera-Colon, narrative designer on Diablo 4. Welcome, Eleni.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here to talk about the Spiritborn class. I'm also a little nervous.
It's okay. We're live.
Good
we're
or
doing this
low?
live
So I'll
here
turn
for
it
everyone.
slightly up,
But
slightly.
obviously, Eleni, we just saw here in the trailer with the Spiritborn, and we
How's that?
saw a little bit about that spirit realm. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that spirit realm is?
Yeah,
There's
so
sync
I mean, to put
problems.
it plainly, the spirit realm is a place where spirits go. It's this deeply spiritual place that's a
Try
byproduct of,
Reloading.
as you may know, the angels have the high heavens, the demons have the burning hells, and we have the spirit realm.
You know, we're hearing a little bit about the high heavens and the burning hells here, and players have actually seen both of those places specifically. Kind of like, what does the spirit realm actually look like for players?
Yeah, we really love this concept that the spirit realm is shaped by humanity. So if that's the case, the foundation of that would actually be sanctuary.
He's
so you
gonna
could
join
imagine
us
being
later.
in the middle of the jungle and
The
you're
game
surrounded by
director.
these tall trees and these ancient structures. And when you cross over the veil into the spirit realm, you're going to see a ghostly reflection of just that. The big key difference is that you're going to see all the spirits and the creatures that exist there.
Yeah, there are these massive creatures that protect the realm from spirits and they protect the realm and the spirits from corruption. So the Spiritborn class have this harmonious bond and connection with these massive creatures that are called the Spirit Guardians, and they work together toward the land.
You know, it's awesome to hear about the Spirit Guardians, and you know, people saw them in the trailer a little bit there. Can you actually tell us a little bit more about like who these Spirit Guardians are?
Yeah, so if the spirit realm is shaped by humanity, we love the idea that the guardians are formed from human belief. And so if you're trying to survive in the jungle and protection is a thing that you are pouring all of your belief, your hope into, that belief it's magical. It's got power in itself, and it can actually create a creature that represents that. It could represent protection.
Yeah, so as Brent is saying, the Spirit Guardians are this complex creation of Sanctuary's creation along with this powerful human belief. And Spiritborns devote their entire lives strengthening this incredible bond, because these Spirit Guardians are powerful. It's this idea, right, of what these gods look like. And so they can help protect both the realm and Nahantu.
You know, we saw in the trailer and some of the gameplay, people were, you know, if you're playing the Spiritborn, you can actually summon one of these in there. Is that something you can do on demand? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, you know, very early on in concepting, we saw this one piece of a simple warrior raising their staff above their head and this massive spirit creature forming behind them. And that really became the lightning rod to a lot of thought-provoking ideas. I mean, we knew what we wanted to do.
Yo, when do we get the
mechanically
snake,
with the
though?
class, but that image really solidified that the idea of summoning a god into battle was really cool, and that actually became the cornerstone for a lot of our development from then on out.
Yeah, so talking about Spirit Guardians and summoning them, the Spiritborn class can summon 4 Spirit Guardians. The first one that I want to talk about is Razoka, and this guardian manifests in the form of a jaguar. So the belief of courage and ferocity, striking on the hunt, attacking a kill with no fear or reservations. The second one is
The jaguar is all
Balazan,
about attack speed.
appearing as this massive centipede. The belief is balance and persistence. So although some people might see it as fear, it represents harmony and balance, so the give and take of life. And then we have Quatli. The manifestation of this is a majestic eagle, right? So
centipede
to
poisons.
represent awareness and finesse, soaring above it all, having keen awareness of its surroundings, and acting with intent. And then the last one is Woomba. This guardian manifests in a powerful gorilla, so this beacon of protection and strength, and a movable force that holds its ground and sustains under pressure.
The eagle's
So it's
lightning
great
and
'cause we've heard a
mobility.
little bit about the spirit realm. We've heard about these 4 awesome guardians. Like, can you tell us a little bit more about like kind of the star of the show now, the Spiritborn itself?
The gorilla's big
so I
smash
think
and protection.
Before we really dive in, I want to talk about Akarat, who's really important with the Spiritborn and the Spirit Realm. For those who don't know, Akarat is this prophet that believed in the human experience and that it gives us this unique power. We have this light within us. And that light gives us the ability to question and to doubt and to challenge. When Akarat made his way to his mother's homeland in Nahantu, he felt this strong otherworldly presence, and he would spend a lot of time with one of his apostles, Isavete, trying to uncover what this mystery was. What was this feeling when he got to the realm, or when he got to the land of Nahantu, until he eventually discovers this veil, and that's the veil between the spirit realm and sanctuary.
The production
and
here
he
is so
realized
nice,
that this
man.
was this untouched place from neither angels or demons. They had never really had any sort of influence there. So Akarat and his dedicant Isavete would spend a lot of time studying, and he would be the first person and living being to cross this veil. And then after Akarat died, his apostle would then take on the mantle and then found the Spiritborn traditions that we know today.
You know, hearing about the Spiritborn, and of course, like, I'm sure this is a burning question from the community, but the Sanctuary has a long and storied history. Kind of, where have the Spiritborn been throughout all of this?
Yeah, so for anybody who knows the lore of Diablo, this region is no stranger to Mephisto, right? So if you go back to Diablo 2 and you look at the story there, his original soul stone was imprisoned in this place. And its presence corrupted the Zacharan faith, it corrupted the region, and the Spiritborn remember this. And so over the course of what's been happening in D4, they've decided to stay at arm's length out of fear that history might repeat itself.
Yeah, so like I said before, this is an untouched realm. It's pure. This is something so sacred. And with Neyrel coming back with the Soulstone, this is a huge problem for the people of Nahantu, but specifically the Spiritborn that are trying to protect this land.
Yeah, and at this point, with him back, they have no choice but to rejoin the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible to hear more about the Spiritborn and where they originated from. And of course, thank you, Eleni, for taking us into the spirit realm in itself. You know, we've talked about the new class and how that was created and what they've been up to. Next, we're actually going to take a look at how the art and concepts were designed.
Remember, guys, we're going to do a massive gameplay after this. They're just showing you everything about the Spiritborn first. It's not going to be too long. And then we'll do hours of gameplay. And I'm going to show you 4 different builds. I'm going to show you a build for every single class. I have a Jaguar build. I know some people call it Jaguar. Here they call it Jaguar. So Jaguar, Gorilla, Centipede, and Eagle. I'll show you all of them. Dude, I want a glaive.
We are now joined by my blood brother, art director Nick Chilano, who is here to show us how the Spiritborn visually came to be. Nick, thank you for joining us today.
These guys are
really
so nice, man. I just
finally.
met them. I
know,
love these guys.
It's been a long
They're
time
so
coming.
nice.
It's been a long time coming. Nick, will you tell us a little bit more about like how this class came to be, especially from the art side?
Yeah, you know, first of all, like that trailer, like what an origin story for a Diablo class. Like you got to go into the jungle, you answer the call, you're cold. Like it's pretty rock and roll, and on the art side, like we love that stuff. So I think when you go back to like what Eleni and Brent were talking about, we really want to capture everything they just mentioned from a visual standpoint. So for us, it's about trying to infuse the Hantu, the spirit realm, and a martial arts feel into the class. Brent mentioned that like kind of lightning rod moment. That's something that the art team really focuses on. When those moments happen, we really lock into that and start to do a lot of iteration. So like, you know, concept will start casting a really wide net, but when that happens, we really start to bring it in and we start to really do a lot of concepts around that so that we can kind of get that tagline that the team needs, which is like creating the living, breathing embodiment of the spirit realm.
Yeah, and it's really, you know, after we get past that initial inspirational piece, we want to like drill down
Look how big
into
that guy's
finding that
beak is.
iconic piece. And so when you look at some of the imagery that we're showing today, you can see how we're taking that embodiment and we're bringing it into all of the iconic look of that character. We wanted a class that wouldn't necessarily wear armor to protect themselves, but rather become the guardian that they're all about. And so if you're into the Jaguar, you're wearing the Jaguar helm. Your markings are the spots and patterns that you would see on that creature. The way that you move through the jungle would also be a big part of that package. And then once we have that iconic look, we can actually roll it out to the rest of the team.
Yeah, that's really the DNA of like where we start going. Like those iconic images drive the entire art department at that point. And that's our North Star. So we can move into
Watch
things
how they
like,
attack at the bottom
how
here.
do we get the
Watch
Spirit
this.
Guardians on screen? How do they fit into the combat? If you think about the eagle, you know, is the full
The
eagle
spirits
show up?
are
Is it
a
just
part
feathers?
of
How do
your
we represent
attack.
that?
It's
And
really cool. You're
how do
gonna
we,
see
like,
it
ramp that
when we do
up
the gameplay.
through our visuals, so you can start with something, you know, a little more on a
It's
certain scale.
awesome. You're gonna
and get
see
to
it in
this,
a
like,
moment.
Epic moment. We also want to explore, you know, visually, like visual iconography at the same time. So while we're doing all that iteration and stuff with the iconic looks and the skills, we're also starting to get into like, what is the identity of the class? Where do we want to put this iconography? And like, what is that visual footprint that they're going to take up on the screen?
You know, it's seeing all this like badass concept art. Like shout out to, you know, our concept artists
Our
on
concept
the
team's
art team.
amazing.
Yep.
So good. Like how do you guys actually take this from like concept now to actually building out the character from some of this concept art?
Yeah, you know, once we have alignment between the design direction that we want to go. We understand kind of roughly mechanically and from a design perspective where we want it to be and where we want it from an art direction standpoint. We sit down with each department and we actually roll out the idea. We pitch them, you know, and we're like, hey, this is what we're thinking, and really get them to understand where we're trying to head so that when they go off in their crafts and make the best work that they possibly can make, the sum of all the parts end up with a killer class like the Spiritborn.
Collaboration's a big thing, and you know, it really starts with the character art department. They take these like 2D images and bring them to life in 3D. They will start to figure out materials, the fine details of how our armor's crafted, to like big silhouette shapes. One of the interesting things about this class is we started to recognize that like the helms, the gauntlets, the belts were really great places to like hone in on those like visual elements. And another nice thing is like the armor really started to kind of come into the space of being very functional and practical. You'll notice that like the legs are kind of open, the upper body's kind of open. It's because we're making a really fast, agile class. So we want everything to kind of line up.
Chat like that
And
character model.
like Brent said, like they don't need to be fully armored. They are protected by the Spirit Guardians. Their offense is their defense, and it shows when you play it. Speaking of fast and agile, we move to tech art. Tech art really is the team that will kind of find what our limits are and kind of allow us to break them a little bit. So they do a lot of range of motion tests. They're trying to figure out how we can get really dynamic poses.
We're actually
really
watching
dynamic
them
lines of actions,
make the characters
and we want to
move.
push that because this class really needs us to kind of be in the spot where we're like
Holy
kind
shit.
of pushing the boundaries of what we've done normally.
Yeah, it's awesome because like you guys mentioned like super like hypermobile class and you know so the apex predator in the jungle itself. Like how do you put that towards something like animation now, like getting the character to move and kind of telegraphing that through that animation?
Yeah, you know, like one of the key elements here is making sure that we have a combat archetype that's unique. So if you take a look at the original 5 classes, each one of them has a very distinct style. And so when we're thinking about the Spiritborn, we naturally went to martial arts. And what does that mean for the movement through the jungle? And actually, I feel like we found a really good pairing there.
Yeah, like the animation team, like they went crazy with reference. They were looking at Muay Thai, Taekwondo, kickboxing, boxing, karate. There was a stunt woman that did these amazing
Oh my God, look at that
like
twirl.
reference materials that we saw. And the really interesting thing here is we're not
Look at that
trying to like
lunge.
just mimic a martial arts style. We're really trying to find the best pieces of them and seeing where they fit, how can we manipulate them, how can we rearrange them in ways that make a really unique and interesting fighting style for the Spiritborn. Once the animation team has that, and like they, you know, again, they have a wide range of options that they're looking at, they start to figure out like where it fits for each Guardian. So, for example, the gorilla is blunt force, lots of strength. The jaguar is cleaves, multi-hit combos, aggression. The centipede is like open palm strikes for applying poisons and unearthing things from the ground. And the eagle is about really precision movements and repositioning on
You
the
guys are gonna
battlefield.
laugh.
So
at
like they nailed it. When it came
how
to that.
powerful.
You know, honestly,
the
it's like
centipede
the
is.
combination of all the things that we put together. We'd been talking about. It's like we've almost invented our own martial arts style for Diablo, and we'd been talking about this the last few days with all the people that we've met with, and they actually said, "Hey, does it have a name?" And currently it doesn't. So like for those of you at home, if you got ideas,
Check out the you know the Spiritborn gameplay and like you know. If you have names, suggestions, like
Yeah, we gotta
all
name this
ears.
thing.
Exactly,
We gotta
all
name
ears,
what?
right?
What are we naming?
Well, we've heard about you know concept, and we've heard about character art, tech art, and now we just heard about animation. I always call it kind of like the frosting on the cake, and that is kind of VFX, and that makes everything kind of pop a little bit. How does VFX actually play into something like the Spiritborn?
Yeah, you know, at this point, VFX is really they're an amazing bridge between like gameplay and the
Jung
visuals of the
Fu?
game. And they had
Oh
a
my God,
really
dude.
important
Who
lift,
said
which
that?
was to try to figure out like how do we represent like the spirit realm
Who said
and these
Jung
like, elemental
Fu?
spirit guardians like together.
That's
What is that fantasy and what is that story we're telling? So Eleni mentioned earlier that like there's this veil,
Nilok,
right?
what a
So we needed
god.
to understand like how do you get the jaguar, for example, to like come through this veil, show
I
up in
will.
Sanctuary, and exit through the veil.
Nilok TV.
So
well,
visually, we're looking
the
at
voting's
like,
over.
what is the spirit realm? So we have this like kind of bluish white mist. They
Jung
come in
Fu.
through the veil.
That's
That
unbelievable.
That bluish white mist kind of like
That's
trails off of them.
unbelievable.
They become physical, The Jaguar's now engulfed in flames. This Spirit Guardian. It kills everything on the screen that you can that's around it, and then it exits through that veil and kind of like transitions into that blue-white mist again. That's a fantastic story for us to tell, and it also allows us to start to understand what are our pieces with the VFX and how to then ramp up our basic skills to be maybe lean a little more into the elemental side. Our core skills, we start to kind of blend the two together. Maybe it's like the gorilla fish show up and they look like that spirit element, and then then you go into the ultimates where it's just like our spectacles ramped up. And to be honest with you, when it all comes together, there is a feel to this class that is really awesome. Kind of inherently martial arts has a rhythm and a cadence to it. This class has that. It's fantastic to look at. You feel it when you play it, and the art team, they killed it. They did a fantastic job.
Yeah, I gotta give another shout out to the Diablo 4 art team. Absolutely killed it. The Spiritborn is fantastic. It's great to look at, great to play. But Nick, thank you so much for walking us through the creation of the Spiritborn. Reminder for everyone watching from home, we'll actually be holding a Q&A at the end of today's Spiritborn Showcase, similar to how we always do with all our live streams. You can drop your questions in the Diablo Twitch chat, and we will try to get to as many of them as possible towards the end of the show.
Guys, let's try to keep it positive. A lot of people don't like the art of the lore. Okay, you only want to see the gameplay. I can show you the gameplay once the presentation is over. So let's be positive. Let's relax, grab a drink, enjoy the day. Okay? Let's be positive. Okay?
We've heard the lore, we've seen the art. Now let's get ready to talk about some gameplay. I know a lot of people are excited to hear more about how this class actually plays. So next up, we have Bjorn Mikkelsen, class designer,
That's
on
the guy
stage
who
to talk about
made the
gameplay
Spiritborn.
for the Spiritborn. Bjorn is actually here to tell us more about the Spiritborn's overall class kit and design. And later on, we'll get into some itemization, which I know every fan wants to hear about because itemization is, of course, incredible, especially within Diablo. Bjorn, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
I know Bjorn will be a fan favorite here because
Yeah,
he's going to walk us through
Spirit
all
Bjorn.
the
That's what they
skills and
call
the
it
gameplay
internally.
for how it works. So Bjorn, can you kick us off and tell us, a little bit about this new class?
Absolutely. So yeah, just high level, what is this class? Excellent question. So basically what Spiritborn are, they are these jungle warriors who are empowered by the spirits. They're sort of this dexterity focused class and sort of masters of martial arts and hand-to-hand combat. And so what they do is ultimately all of their actions and their movements, they sort of resonate with the spirits to form sort of these unique combat styles as they're fighting. They sort of mix and match them to hit whatever sort of build they need.
Awesome.
I was calling him Spirit
if
Bjorn
you are
Ironside.
a current Diablo player right now, or let's say I'm a current Diablo player, which I am, I play a lot of Rogue or Barb. Where would you kind of place the speed and aggression of the Spiritborn?
Yeah, I would say Spiritborn is definitely probably our fastest, most aggressive class. It's got multiple gap closers built into its basic attacks. It's got several movement skills, very high damage on those, as well as several ways to upgrade its evade skill as well. It's all about kind of getting on a target, sticking to it, and killing it.
Awesome. I know we had footage earlier of within the trailer of players actually being able, and we talked about this earlier, players being able to actually summon in these Spirit Guardians. So can you just summon a giant jaguar into battle or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, kind of in addition to being these master martial artists, because they're empowered by these spirits, you'll see parts of the spirits, but then ultimately with the ultimates, the spirits themselves will show up on the battlefield and they'll empower you and deal damage.
And it's really the core of the fantasy, right? If we talk about power fantasies, summoning the god into battle is the power fantasy for this class. And one of the things that I really liked about that is that we were getting a bunch of feedback early on about making ultimates more meaningful, and we were actually able to do that with this class ground up.
Awesome. I know people are probably dying to know, okay, let's jump into some Spirit Guardians. So I think this is a great opportunity. Maybe we should start off with the Jaguar being the first one. Bjorn, do you want to take us through the Jaguar itself?
Sure. Yeah, starting off, Jaguar is a great one. Jaguar is, as we've kind of touched on before, it is sort of this manifestation of just the hunter. It's exhilaration, it's violence, it's aggression. It's attacking repeatedly, kind of just constant pressure as it's going. It's got these ramping mechanics to it. It's got lots of kill streaks. Mechanically speaking, the way we've kind of translated this, its primary focus is attack speed, and it chases that through a new keyword and mechanic that we call ferocity. This is a stacking buff that it can generate, usually via Jaguar skills, that will increase the attack speed of all of its skills, but it will also enhance other Jaguar skills so you can use them more often, reduce their cooldowns, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys,
Moving
this
on to
class
an
is
example,
sick. You're going to see it.
of a Jaguar skill. First off, here's one we have Ravager. This is a new type of skill we're adding to the game called Incarnate skills. They all have a passive and active effect. This one allows you to maintain your ferocity at just like a minimum level, so you're all just like a little bit fast. But then when you activate it, you kind of go full Jaguar mode. It gives you additional attacks, kind of like whenever you hit something, it does an extra strike. So it can even turn like skills that are like deal a little bit less damage, they can now deal extra damage just whenever you hit something. Moving on to another skill, we have Rushing Claw. This one is the Jaguar's kind of primary mobility skill. It will dash you through a target and slash everything along the way. And the key to this one is you can kind of use it over and over and over again, like multi-strike your enemies. And then finally, of course, we have the ultimate, the Hunter. This will actually manifest the Jaguar onto the battlefield. You'll leap through the air. It's also a movement skill. And when you land, the Jaguar will destroy everything.
Monsters there, but
and
the
it
Jaguar
also has
just kills
upgrades,
everything instantly.
to kind of help chase the kill streak vibe. There's a chance to reset the cooldown after you kill something with it.
Yeah, so if you look at all of these things as a package, you start to see almost a combat archetype built into each Guardian themselves. And that was actually something that was really important to us. So if you were speccing into the Jaguar, it's important to those types of players who do want to keep the attack speed up, that do want to keep their kill streaks going. And you're going to see this as like a through line that each particular Guardian will have their own thing.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the fast, frantic gameplay, and I will say I have a little bit of bias towards the Jaguar for sure. But I know we want to go on to the other Guardians for sure. And for all our tanky friends out there, Bjorn, do you want to walk us through the Gorilla?
Absolutely. Yeah, moving on to the Gorilla.
I'll move the camera if they have text again.
Core concept behind protection and defense, but it's not just like passive defense. This is a very active defensive play style where you're shrugging off the damage, but you're also returning it to your attacker. So it's really got this kind of core of like retribution also sort of built into it. Its core mechanic and stat that we work with is damage reduction. It chases this in two ways. One is through using block, sort of actively blocking damage, as well as a second new keyword and mechanic called resolve. This is also a stacking buff, but this one falls off whenever you get hit, so it's really important to keep stacking it and kind of keep stealing yourself and building your resolve back up, but as long as you have any stacks of it, you get the full damage reduction bonus. So moving on to just a couple examples for Gorilla skills.
Tanky boy.
Starting off, we have Crushing Hand. This is their core spender skill. Kind of just does what it says. We'll smash your enemies to pieces. Kind of neat thing about it is it's actually two separate attacks that kind of overlap in the middle. So you can sort of prioritize a single target and deal double damage to it. Another attacking skill that we have, this one's Payback. This one really leans hard into the sort of aspect of retribution that we have going on. This one will deal a large amount of damage, and that damage will ramp up the more something has hit you, so it's really good for just like ending a fight if you need to. But also like as things are hitting you, that will reduce its cooldown. So kind of you have this flow of like being able to sort of like end fights, but also kind of keep hitting as you go. And then finally, again, we have the ultimate skill, bringing in the Gorilla itself. The skill is called the Protector. It creates a large protected area on the battlefield that will grant you barrier while you're inside of it, as well as several other defensive bonuses that you can spec into with it. And the Gorilla will just smash any enemies that try to come and harm you while you're in it.
Yeah, the effort in this class is pretty huge.
If you like that bruiser archetype, like this is the build for you. It is definitely about that give and take of damage. I mean, you'd said it earlier, anyone who's been looking for a tank or a tank-like build in Diablo, this is the one that you're going to want to spec into as a part of your kit.
Yeah, it sounds like a really unique way of being able to, especially for tank players, to like bring damage to enemies and stuff like that, which is so awesome. So next, on to our third Guardian. Of course, we have the Eagle. Bjorn, do you want to take us through the Eagle?
The Eagle is so cool,
so
man.
The Eagle, kind of soaring above it all, we've got this Guardian that represents precision and accuracy and kind of finesse. Its ability, its freedom of movement, like a lot of the movement that the class has is very aggressive, very in your face, and the eagle really is able to kind of take that to another level and kind of go wherever it wants. In addition to that, it can also sort of like extend its attacks to sort of pseudo-ranged playstyles. Allows it to really like prioritize a target and sort of like hit from anywhere. So its core stat that it cares about is movement speed. That allows it kind of, like I said, able to kind of go anywhere it wants and sort of tactically reposition on the battlefield. And it also has several ways to sort of amplify its evade skill, you know, adding damage, that sort of thing to it. So moving into just a couple examples, we of course have to start off with Soar. This is sort of Spiritborn's premier mobility skill. Takes you up into the air, out of the battle for a second, able to dodge mechanics with that if you need to. But also, because the Eagle is all about kind of those big impacts as well, it will create a target area where you're going to come down and make those enemies vulnerable so that it just amplifies the damage when you land. Moving on to another example, we have Razor Wings. This is a damaging skill for the Eagle. This one has kind of this cool back and forth where it sends it out, allows you to hit something at range, but because it also returns to you, it sort of rewards you for the tactical positioning on the battlefield, so you can sort of line it up so it'll hit different things as it comes back. And then, of course, our ultimate skill, the Seeker, bringing in the Eagle itself to just annihilate your enemies with damage. You can cast it anywhere on the battlefield. It charges up and then blasts off. The blast can be upgraded to be a guaranteed critical strike, and while it's on the battlefield, it will also make everything vulnerable for you. This is also like one of the first ultimates that we have, which will have multiple charges, so you can kind of use it back to back or like prioritize a target with it, and there's like a lot of player agency with that.
Yeah, so it's CC, vulnerable,
this is
and
really
guaranteed
for that tactical
crit.
player. You know, where positioning is super important. You don't necessarily want to be constantly in the fray, so you still want to output that damage. Maybe you want to put it in a particular place in the encounter, but you can do it by going in and then you can get right back out. So for those players who really like that tactical positioning, that's what the Eagle is for.
Yeah, it seems like the Eagle gives you that extra freedom of like in mobility, so you can kind of move in and out, especially with things like Soar, which is sick to see for sure.
It's one of my
so
favorites.
unique for Diablo 4 for sure on that end. Last but not least, of course, this is probably our most unique Spirit Guardian.
This is the
probably
best
one
one.
that I'm sure a lot of
Centipede.
people are like looking and going like, oh, this has got to be crazy. And that is the Centipede. So Bjorn,
Centipede is
how's
crazy
the
strong.
Centipede play out?
Yeah, so moving to the Centipede. The Centipede is very unique. It represents this sort of abstract concept of the cycle of life and death, and the way we've kind of chosen to interpret that is that it's sort of this epicenter of attrition, but it's also like really about just kind of like this endless or inescapable sort of persistence. And that's like really bad for your enemies, but kind of really good for you. So it kind of, its core mechanics that it works with that persistence is damage over time, poisoning, crowd controls, that sort of thing. But then it uses those things to sort of empower and sustain itself. So also like leeching life and that sort of thing back to you, sort of draining your enemies as you kill them.
It's not really like a poison necro,
So
because
moving
it's
on
like
to
martial
just a
arts
quick example,
while you apply poison.
Stinger is our core skill.
It
for
doesn't
the
feel like a
Centipede.
necro at all.
This one does a large amount of damage in a small area in front of you, but the sort of interesting thing about it is that that damage will also echo out to any nearby poisoned enemies. So it kind of has this adaptive, like, dynamic range that it has, sort of depending on like how much you've been spreading your poisons around the field. So it can like basically like hit the whole screen if you really want to. Another skill example that we have would be Scourge. Scourge kind of takes that sort of like oppressive control that the Centipede has, and it will fear and it will slow and poison enemies and sort of disrupt any kind of like strategies they might have going on and just sort of allow you to turn the tables on them. And then finally, we have the ultimate skill, bringing in the Centipede itself onto the battlefield. This is the Devourer. Poison laser beams, globs of poison everywhere. Just the Centipede kind of wrecking the entire battlefield. It's got upgrades which will also allow it to instantly execute enemies who have been fully poisoned, sort of helping the cycle of life and death to speed up a little bit there.
Yeah, this is clearly our most Diablo Guardian that we have. It's becoming a fan favorite very quickly. The people who have gotten their hands on with it have a lot to say about it.
I would say
but
Centipede is my favorite
the
after
cool thing
playing
about
the
this one is
4.
we took on a really unique design challenge. Like, how do you take a concept of damage over time, dealing damage, regenerating life, and make
Guys,
that kind of the
Some
core
of those
of an entire
clips look
archetype?
slow. The
I thought you guys
gameplay
did a
is much
fantastic
faster
job
when
at
you
getting it
actually
there.
play.
For those Type A players who really
It's gonna
want
be much
to
faster
manipulate
than
the
a
field,
little
keep
clip
that
that
damage
they're
up,
showing.
and keep that resilience going, this is definitely that class for you.
Yeah, I have to call out. It's so crazy seeing a giant centipede behind me right now. But I know a lot of players at home are probably looking at each of these 4 Spirit Guardians and they're going like, "Hey, this is probably the one I'm gonna go with." Just seeing some of the gameplay and some of the play styles. But I think one big question that probably a lot of people have is, are you kind of forced to go down one of these, or can you actually do some mix and match, or how does that work?
You know, freedom of choice is really important for this class. So if you want to go all in on one of them, go for it. Like, there's no problem in doing that. There's benefits that you can see from it, but there's also benefits from mixing and matching. Like, we wanted adaptability and hybridization to be at the core of this class. So it's been a goal from the very beginning to actually get that there. So when you get hands-on with this, like, you're going to want to experiment. We want you to experiment. We know that there's going to be many builds that are very emergent, and I actually can't wait to see some of the cool stuff that people come up with once this goes live.
Yeah, exactly. Like, at its heart, Spiritborn is really all about like personalization, sort of expressing yourself. And so like, whichever spirit sort of resonates with you, we really want to allow you to mix and match them kind of to your heart's content, and sort of make that play style choice like fully customizable. And the primary way that we're doing that, or the main way that we're doing that, is the Spiritborn's class mechanic called Spirit Hall. The way the Spirit Hall works is you start your journey off by choosing one of 4 bonuses. At the top, the primary bonus. This is a like massive bonus that will add sort of a thematic effect to all of your skills of that type. So like an effect like the Jaguar will add extra strikes and that sort of thing to all your Jaguar skills. But a subtle but very important extra piece of this is that we'll also add that spirit's tag to your entire skill kit. So every single part of your skill kit now has the Jaguar skill. And so even if you want to use like centipede skills, you can still sort of hook into various parts of the Jaguar using this bonus. Then later on in your journey, you will unlock a second bonus. This is a set of 4 distinct bonuses from the first. Each of these kind of has a tie-in with the sort of core mechanics of each of the spirits. So we mentioned before sort of the new keywords that we were introducing, like with the Jaguar has ferocity, the Gorilla has resolve, those sorts of things. These give you an opportunity to sort of mix those into your kit, regardless of like if you are using those specific skills or not, and sort of like add that extra layer on top of your build. And when you're choosing these spirits, these can absolutely be the same. You can pick Gorilla and Gorilla, Jaguar, Jaguar, or you can mix and match them. And it's really important that like they all kind of flow and work together.
Making
So if you
all
look
of
at
the
the
things
nesting doll effect that we have
the tag
your
of everything
skill tree,
is
your
why there
class
will be so
mechanic,
many
this can
theory
get
crafted
complicated very
Spiritborn
quickly.
builds.
And so one of the things that the team took on was this idea of finding what resonates most with each Guardian, and how do we create some level of overlap so that we can have some synergies between all of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as we hit, like each of these has like very clear themes, right? You've got the Jaguar with its attack speed, you've got the Gorilla with its protection. You can definitely build into those, but it was important for us to sort of establish that these spirits, they don't exist like in isolation from each other. They have overlap. They have things that they both care about, and that allows us to sort of create these very hybrid-esque builds that work together. You know, just like an example, right? You've got like the Jaguar is a hunter. It's all about aggression and kind of chaos. And that's a thing. It loves that. But as a hunter, you're also sort of providing, you're also sustaining yourself, which is a thing that the centipede also loves to do. And so they both care about healing, and they both have like different hooks that they can do for that. And so you can really like, if you're looking to get more healing into your build, you can add some centipede, you can add some Jaguar, mix them together, you can make an entire build about healing that is centipede and Jaguar. These aren't like prescribing ways to build, but they're more so just like, they're overlapping stats that allow them to sort of communicate with each other. So just a couple examples. We have, for instance, if you want to build like the Gorilla, Gorilla's a lot of protection, Jaguar's a lot of sort of chaotic, constant damage. So when you mix those two together, you get this sort of like semi-tanky brawler who can just kind of go toe-to-toe with anything. And they sort of like dip into the stat of dodge, because dodge is a little bit inherently a slightly more RNG, a little bit more chaotic, kind of Jaguar, but it also kind of has that damage mitigation. And so you kind of combine them together and you have this very like retribution, but also fast-paced playstyle. Another example would be potentially if we think about like the centipede and the eagle, the centipede's all about sort of debilitating your enemies and like making them weaker, and the eagle's all about like kind of finding those weak points and like getting these high damage, you know, bursts off. So when you add those two together, they both care about vulnerable and sort of like turning the tables on all of your enemies. And so adding that together kind of creates this character that's sort of just able to like prioritize a target, weaken it, and then just like cull it from the battlefield.
Yeah, it's. I'm so glad Bjorn brought all these like really good examples for us. He's got a lot of footage for us to go through. It's awesome to see all these skills and how they work with the actual Spirit Guardians. And of course, the big popular topic that comes with every single class is itemization. And I know we have a lot to talk about with legendary aspects and some uniques as well. So Bjorn, Brent, like how does itemization
Like
work
with all
Spiritborn?
classes, they
Yeah,
really
we all
open
know
up the
that
class
itemization is
tremendously.
the heart of the game, right? And as we've been moving through our itemization journey with this game, we've had a really great opportunity to fold in all the feedback and how that applies to the Spiritborn as we've been developing. And one of the cool things that we did was took the opportunity to actually lean into the things that you get from items and see how they build into the spirit's abilities themselves. So we're going to show a few examples of that. Now this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of really cool stuff coming, but we thought we'd do a really quick breakdown and show you what that
This is the most important
So just
thing
hitting a couple
about
examples.
how do you
we have added
transform
this
the skills
large
and make them
suite of
godly.
Spiritborn legendaries and uniques to the game. But just to break down kind of some of our thoughts as we were working with them, sort of the types of legendaries you can expect to see. One example, as we were just speaking about sort of these hybridization things, there's a lot of different stats in our game and sort of making them work together, not just like work together, but like be cool together. So we kind of have this category of items that will sort of interweave a couple of different stats. Secondly, we have our power augmentation legendaries. These just kind of let you take like your favorite skill and ascend it to its final form and just kind of like go crazy with it. And then thirdly, we have sub-powers. These are sort of things like, we think of them like rogue grenades, barbarian dust devils. These are sort of things you can sort of build around. They're sort of almost like skills, but they don't exist in your skill tree as things you can put on your bar. And then finally, we have our unique items, which are there to enable you to sort of make the craziest builds you can think of. So moving on to a couple examples, just kind of one for each real quick. We have Tormentors. This is an example of a hybridization legendary. This one interweaves poisoning and thorns together, kind of in an interesting way that'll allow you to apply your thorns, in a different way than just like having something hit you all the time. It's great. You can probably see the connection. Gorilla, Centipede, they'll love this sort of thing. Moving on to an example of a power augmentation, we have Bristling Vengeance. This takes the payback seal that we kind of hit on before. Usually it's like a smaller AoE like right in front of you that just hits one enemy, but this one really allows it to sort of like extend its range, hit multiple enemies, as well as apply your thorns over an area.
Look how cool that enemy looks, Jesus.
And then thirdly, we have an example of one of our sub-powers. This one's called a Pestilent Swarm. The cool thing that we're kind of trying to out with each of our sub-powers is there are multiple legendaries for them, and they sort of allow you to customize how they work. So there's like one that'll let your Pestilent Swarm like poison enemies, one that'll make it spiral, one that'll even make it orbit. You can sort of like combine those, like you can have it orbit and spiral, or poison. You can just have it shoot off, kind of whatever works for your build. We really want people to be able to experiment and play with those sub-powers. And then just a couple of teasers, some of our uniques. These are some unique boots that basically allow you to override your evade skill with soar, just get the ultimate amount of mobility you can think of. The neat thing about that is also that it allows you potentially like to take soar off your bar. You can't let it go, but you at least kind of get to keep it with you in that evade slot. And then another example would be our unique quarterstaff. Which is one of the two weapons we're adding with the Spiritborn. This one sort of allows you to ramp up your basic attacks. Spiritborn's basic attacks are a little bit special. They're kind of really cool. They're these 3-hit combos, and each third hit does like a special thing. And this specific unique basically lets you get that third attack all the time. So then we have to take their third attack and make it a triple version that almost turns them into a different skill entirely.
Yeah, this is awesome. Seeing all the couple of examples of uniques. As Brent mentioned, this is just kind of like the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
I personally would take the soar boots all day. Being able to use, soar as an evade is absolutely amazing. But I want to give a huge thanks to Bjorn for walking us through all the skills, especially associated with the Spirit Guardians, and of course the itemization across the whole entire class. We will actually have an extensive look for the entire community after the show on our blog. It will provide a great amount of detailed mention here immediately following the stream, so you can check it out and do a deeper dive with the Spiritborn yourself. Now we're going to bring back everyone to get into our Q&A for all things Spiritborn.
Okay, so after the Q&A, we play. Are you guys ready? Okay. All right. Spiritborn doing Jung Fu. I'll have to cross out anything if they ask from my list of questions. I'm gonna pull up a timer on my phone. That way I give every build. Um, 30 minutes.
Now we're ready for our community Q&A, where we'll answer your burning questions for all things Spiritborn. If you have questions, again, please drop them in Twitch chat, and we'll try to get through as many as possible through the whole entire Q&A process. Thank you guys for joining us. We did some musical chairs to get everyone back up here during that quick little interstitial. I know as questions are coming up, one big question that everyone always asks, and I know we've probably seen it a million times in chat already, is like, hey, we have the Spiritborn. This is a brand new class. Why not something like a class from a prior game, like a Paladin or something from that?
Yeah, right out of the gate, right?
Right out of the gate.
Okay, that was one of my
you know,
questions.
when we started off, one of the key things that were really important to us was
No,
to
I'll
make
ask
sure
it anyway.
that the class came from the place that we were
I'll
going.
ask it anyway.
We also knew that, you know, we did a really good job at revisiting classic archetypes like the Barbarian and the Necro. And so we were in this position where doing something new was a great opportunity. It was something that allowed us to inject some fresh gameplay in, and going after the Spiritborn was a wider palette to play with. And so making sure that we were building something from the ground up from Nahantu was really the driving factor of this. And
I don't know where
we're very
Joe
proud
Shelley
of
is.
where we landed at today.
I haven't heard anything.
Awesome.
I don't know.
Another question that this is everyone. This is the first time you guys are explaining. This is everyone's favorite moment where I butcher Twitch names like no other. But Arcphoenix asks, wait, the lore, like where have the Spiritborn been in D3, D2? Why are they not fighting Mephisto themselves?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before. Like this is a religion that has been building up over time. They're a
lore
little
question?
more secluded.
Who asked the lore question?
And really, one of the things that we looked at is
Who
like
did
the
that?
early exploration of Akarat, right?
Yeah.
Like there wasn't much development that was going in, so that was like a new frontier for us to work with.
Yeah, and in general, the Spiritborn, which you'll notice when you do play the game, they are very scattered throughout Nahantu. It's not like they have this massive presence where you walk in and you're like, there they are. You know, it's like a little different than that. They're hidden, they're in the jungle, and they don't necessarily want to be seen. And this has sort of been the idea this entire time. It takes a lot of devotion to be a Spiritborn. This isn't something that you can hop in and out of. So when we talk about being a Spiritborn, these are people who have devoted their entire lives to be doing this one thing, and that's what they're doing in Nahantu. They're not exploring really.
I know we've actually gotten a few questions about this specifically. And this is a pretty good question for Bjorn and Nick, because a lot of people have noticed, like, hey, quarterstaff and new weapons. Like, what are the new weapon types for Spiritborn specifically?
Glaive
Sure.
is one.
Yeah, Spiritborn's bringing 2 new weapons with it. First off, we have the glaive, kind of its premier weapon that you see in all the key art. That's really the weapon for like a hunter. It's great for like taking down priority enemies. It's got built-in elite damage, that sort of thing. And then the second weapon we're adding is the quarterstaff. This is a faster weapon that they can use to even sort of like adds like block chance and that sort of thing to it. So it's almost like a little bit of a pseudo defensive weapon, but it's also got very high attack speed.
Block
Yeah,
chance
from a
has some
fantasy
sick
standpoint, it was
legendaries
really cool
as
to,
well.
like, try to create weapons that made sense for, again, like Brent mentioned, like where the class is from. So like, you know, a glaive makes a lot of sense for like cutting through the jungle. And,
I don't
you know,
think
being an
the
aggressive weapon,
Spiritborn
being
can
an
use
attack-based
one-handers,
weapon.
by the way. It's always a
quarterstaff is
two-hander,
really
from
cool
what I've
because it's
seen.
like,
I could be
you
wrong,
could
but that's
imagine,
all I've seen.
Like, how do they train with this? They probably found like really strong branches from
I think
like
it's just
trees
one
that were really
two-hander.
important to them, and they start to like train with that, and eventually they kind of start to perfect that craft and that bow staff. So there's a lot of really cool fantasy that we can, like, the art team can really dig into.
It also looks cool.
Yeah.
like,
There's
like
that.
just to be frank, like if we're talking about a martial arts class, like
Yeah.
having the bow staff or the glaive to like really extend some of those key poses that we got with the martial arts stuff that we put into the game. I mean, it looks really good.
Yeah, it's awesome to see like new weapons for the Spiritborn with
I don't
Vessel
think they have
of
an
Hatred.
offhand.
So
It's just
another
a
question that
two-handed
we
staff
have here. This
that
is
I've
from
seen.
Bucko351. Easy name. Question, what's the difference between the Spiritborn and the Druid class? The Druid class currently has bonds with like the stag,
Oh, that's
the wolf,
easy.
the eagle,
The
and
Druid
the snake.
sucks.
Like what's kind of the changes between that and something like the Spiritborn?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the Spiritborn, you're not necessarily turning into this animal that we're talking about. This is a spirit guardian that lives in the spirit realm, and you're channeling this spirit guardian, and the manifestation that we're talking about is what comes out. So when we talk about like ferocity or something, that's something that you see in the jungle, right? So you have this jaguar that's recognizable, and that's this manifestation. It's the best way to show that. So if we had a different belief, then it would manifest in a different way. Versus the druid, you sort of really encompass the entire animal.
And you see that in the gameplay quite a bit, where I think, Nick, you were mentioning before, where it's like, yeah, I have this bond with the centipede. When I call him in, I call the centipede in to deal with this side of the combat, and then I go off and I start managing the other side of the combat.
That's
So you
definitely
really
how
see
I
this,
use
like,
it. I go, the
like
centipede
combat
will kill that
partnership
room. I'm going to go
between
kill this
Guardians
room.
and the Spiritborn, which is incredibly unique.
We got a question here from Kat the Dewey. They're asking, we've seen 4 Spirit Guardians. Are there other Spirit Guardians that were considered potentially?
That's a good question.
Yeah, look, I'll spill the beans. I'll talk about it. You know, when we're choosing the spirits, we played around with a lot of concepts. Super abstract stuff that weren't animal-based. We talked about, okay, if I'm from the jungle, these things would probably represent things I know, which brought us to animals. And
I saw a
when
big
we
cobra.
think about protection and strength, we originally had some conversations around an elephant. Like, what does an elephant mean? If there's a animal that represents like family and protection the most, the elephant is one of those. The gorilla was also being talked about at the same time, and they mean the same thing. So when we looked at them side by side, that really came down to like which one can convey the best powers, what gives you the right
It'll be easy
movement
to
and
iterate on
visuals that you would need
Spiritborn
for the power set
over the
itself.
expansions.
So,
You just
I
add
was
more,
gonna say, like,
more
we spent a lot of
spirit
time
stuff.
trying to figure out, like, there's a lot of collaboration.
It should be easy to add on to this class.
Art. So I think this is a great spot where, like Brian was saying, like we're looking at a lot of different things, but like when you think about Nahantu, when you think about like the canopy of the jungle, and you start thinking about how does that protect what's in the jungle, like the gorilla just made a lot of sense, like thematically. So like we start to find those moments, right? And you think about the centipede, it's like there's like the ground and the roots of the jungle, like what comes up, there's insects. So, you know, we spent a lot of time like exploring that. But when you think about the gameplay connection, poisons, fears, right? The centipede, that this like life and death kind of cycle they talked about, like the centipede makes a lot of sense. So we really start to try to connect the dots in really interesting ways. And those are the ones that really stick.
Fictionally, the idea that these things are created based on human beliefs, we believe in more than 4 things, right? So the idea that we could expand this out well beyond the class, we've developed more lore than you're actually going to see in the game for the Spiritborn, because we want this thing to live beyond just Diablo 4.
Awesome. I know we this
Wait, what does that
one's a
mean?
little bit for Bjorn. We'll test his skill and
Beyond
knowledge
Diablo
here, but
4.
question from Churney Fire was,
What does that mean?
the echoing poison effect work on enemies not poisoned by you? Is there like a radius limit? Like how does it work specifically?
Yeah, there's a small
Diablo
radius
Immortal,
limit
Diablo
to it,
5.
but that can be extended through things like tempering and that sort of thing. It will do any poisoned enemies on the screen.
Oh, nice. That sounds crazy. So yeah, and then we have a question from Crawling Out of the Spiral. This one's a lore question specifically. Did Mephisto know about the veil between Sanctuary and the Spirit
Guys, I'm not
Realm,
going to ask
and,
any
the
lore
corruption
questions
within
when the game
jungles
director
during
comes here.
Diablo 2? Like, was he able to sense it during that time? I know we had talked about like the Spirit Realm being this pure and like untouched place. So.
This is
Yeah,
chat's
we
fault.
can definitely assume that Mephisto knew there was something there. When it comes to the lore of Nahantu, there are a lot of protection that happened during Mephisto's corruption. He wasn't able to break through the veil, so that is something that, you know, that's why it's so dire now. But definitely he had this feeling for sure.
Question for not MVP. How does the resource for the Spiritborn work? Do they generate it like passively, or how does that work specifically?
Sure. The Spiritborn's primary resource is called Vigor. It does not inherently recharge passively. You'll generate it by using your basic attacks.
There's a lot of...
But sort of like the key with Spiritborn being very customizable, like one of the first choices that you'll be able to make in your tree with your basic attacks is you can sort of like customize like how you will build the spirit beyond that, whether it's like by poisoning enemies or by blocking damage, that sort of thing. To really like kind of make the resource work the way you want it to work. And then later on, there are also some uniques that will allow you to further customize sort of like how your build influences the resource generation.
What he said, I heard there were
I know,
really powerful
people,
resource
we just talked about the
uniques
weapons
to
and
fix
stuff, and there's like follow-up questions of like, are the Spiritborn only using two-handed weapons for this class?
Yes.
The short answer.
Yes. They are. The other question that we're getting is, is there like a special quest for before you can actually start a Spiritborn or create a Spiritborn? Or are there quests that are maybe specific to the class itself?
Yeah, well, we're going to definitely be introducing the class mechanic similarly to the way that we introduced it with the other classes. As far as the beginning of the story is concerned, you know, we really want to jump straight into continuing the chapter of hatred, right? Like what happened when Nayrel left. We want to jump right into it, get right back into the story, and so we're going to pick up from the perspective where Nayrel left off.
Awesome. That was a question from Megara. I forgot to throw out the name. I do want to give people shout-outs when they do actually ask the names. The Grimknot asks, does the Spiritborn have ties maybe with the Witch Doctor in any type of way from Diablo 3?
Not at all. When Brent is talking about creating something new, that's what we wanted to do with the Spiritborn. That also meant really diving into lore and figuring out a separation for freshness. We wanted to still bring in things that were familiar from D2 and just lore in general that we know about, but when it comes to the Spiritborn class and the traditions of the Spiritborn, they're very new. You get a chance to explore it in the game, and you'll see that they're very different.
Awesome. Azeron Bloodmoon asks, how much is the monk inspired into the gameplay of the Spiritborn?
The D3 monk, that's what it feels like.
We always look back. And we
it feels like a D3 monk is the closest thing to it.
Things we've made, but I think when you play the class, you'll see it's extremely different. It's so unique, it's so fresh, and it kind of carves its own space in our kind of lineup that after an inspirational point, maybe of looking at like martial arts at just the core, it just kind of goes off in its own direction and kind of redefines that space.
We're gonna. Oh, sorry. Go.
I definitely want to add to that. Is like I don't want to be shy about the fact that we know what works mechanically in the game, and so we're constantly looking at inspiration for the existing classes, for the new classes, on what works best. Mm-hmm. Take that inspiration and then like take a right turn and actually amplify it or take it into a slightly new direction.
It's not the same as a monk,
different.
But it feels,
I know we have like
close to a monk.
Time for one more question. This is a question for everyone here. What is everyone's favorite spirit? I've already revealed mine, which is Jaguar. But like, what is everyone's favorite spirit guardian here for the Spiritborn?
I mean, I can start. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to say two. I love the Jaguar as well. but it's just a little bit too chaotic for me, like inherently. And so I love to just like mix the eagle in there as well, just for a little bit more control, a little bit more like freedom.
Gorilla. I mean, when
Dude,
I saw
like
it show up on
I like
screen,
the centipede,
beat
man.
its chest, and it was just awesome. It was like, that's it.
I knew it. We're like wrestling buds, you know, where we talk about wrestling all the time. I'm not surprised Nick is about like the gorilla.
He doesn't want to say your name, Frosty. He doesn't
My
want to
favorite
be in the video.
guardians are Quatli, the eagle, and Balazon, the centipede. I just love the poison, and it's sick. Like, it looks crazy.
Yeah, for me, Jaguar, like it started with that iconic piece. Yeah, so,
Dude,
sorry, we're gonna have
nobody's
to share
voting
a
for the
little bit.
centipede. I'm about to go centipede first and
but,
show
like,
the monsters.
The movement.
Pain Town,
it's
USA.
Such a pace changer for the game. Like once you get into it, it's got a very addictive flow, and so I'm all in on the Jaguar.
Well, it's awesome to hear everyone's favorite Spirit Guardians. I do want to thank you all for jumping in for this Q&A. Before we do close out the stream, we did want to let everyone know that we'll be sharing more about Vessel of Hatred at Gamescom this year on August 20th. But you'll actually have a chance to attend Gamescom yourself and play the Spiritborn in person. We're actually sending 5 lucky players to Cologne, Germany to play the Spiritborn at our Gamescom booth in person.
Wow.
Make sure to check out our Instagram at PlayDiablo and read our blog for full details on the
If you guys
contest
want to
after
go
the
to
show.
Germany,
Everyone on the Diablo team is incredibly excited for you to check out the new class coming with Vessel of Hatred on October 8th. And of course, you can pre-purchase the expansion now. Stick around to check out our Diablo creators, Rax, Woody, Macro Bioboy, and Fame. They're actually upstairs right now, streaming live here at Xbox Studios with Spiritborn gameplay. Also, shout out to Xbox Studios
those
for
guys?
hosting us. We really appreciate it. And of course, you can check out Kind of Funny Games after the stream, where they'll be live chatting with Rod Ferguson, GM of the Diablo franchise. Brent, Eleni, Nick, Bjorn, thank you for being here to walk us through the Spiritborn. And thank you all and everyone at home for tuning in. We'll see you in Nahantu.
all right. Let's go, guys. So they said that this might brick my webcam, possibly. Let's go centipede first. Here we go. I'm gonna turn on the sound when we get in here. I'm gonna turn on the sound and tell me if it's at a good volume here. Let me set one thing up here. So let's go like this. Let's go like this. Options, sound. Let's try, I don't know. Let's try 20 maybe? I'm gonna go hit something. Tell me if it's, you want the volume up or down. Is it up or down for the volume? Down. Okay. Down. Let's try 10. Okay, let's try again.
Not ready yet.
How is that? Up or down from there? That's good. Okay. Move my camera back. Thank you. And so what I'm going to do here is I actually have builds already made. It's only going to take me 2 minutes. And then we're going to get to play like the new areas. And we're going to go do it real quick. So I'm going to do this as fast as I can. It's going to go real quick. The balancing, they have not gotten this perfect, or they haven't done the balancing patch yet. So some things are much stronger than others. And I'm going to show you the centipede, which literally destroys everything instantly. So the reason why I want to put these powers on first is so you can actually see what a build would look like. We're actually almost done already. This is, of course, the new town that we're going to do. And then let's just put some tanky stuff here. Let's just go Might, Juggernaut, and Undying, and then we're ready to go. Let's go like that. I already put on Juggernaut, right? Might, and then Undying, and then we go. Okay. Did I touch grass today? Today is not the day to touch grass, my friend. Today is the day to play the expansion. Okay, let's go. This should be the full poison build. I want to move this skill over here. Okay. I want to move this like this. Let's go. You want to see the map? All right, I'll show you the map. I'm going to show you everything. We got 2 hours. I'll show you everything. This is just the first area. Okay, ambush, no problem. My centipede will kill everything. We only get to play the first area. They block you from going forward. So why don't we try one of the new dungeons first, then we'll try a stronghold. We'll try everything. I'll show you everything. By the way, we're frozen at level 30. This is a level 30 character. We cannot gain XP. Otherwise, we would just go blast XP. Let's go try one of the new dungeons. You can see all the new surroundings. One of the things that's a little bit different about the expansion from the original Diablo 4 game is there's way more colors to it. Like when you're actually moving around, you see like jungle and vegetation and greens, whereas everything before is just red and black and brown and desolate. So this expansion definitely gives a lot more color. Like even right here, like you can see, like it's got more color than the original game. Another thing you'll notice is there's like different markers. I've noticed like there's different, like for example, there's different values and breakpoints for things. So something's got to be happening here that they haven't shared with us yet. Some kind of something. I don't know what, but something. So Centipede is going to be super powerful. It's not going to be as mobile, but it just obliterates everything. I guess let me show you the skills. Stinger they already covered. Small area, poisons people. Withering Fist, we're going to dart people. The third attack bursts at the target. It slows them. This is our Soar is Jumpy Boy. Touch of Death, we're going to infect all of our enemies. Everything about poison. And then Toxic Skin, you can just throw poison everywhere, kind of like a Blaze Sorcerer in Diablo 2. Everything's about poisoning everything. Nothing can survive. They have no chance at all. Okay, I actually can't see my cursor. Look how tiny you see how tiny my cursor is? Holy cow. Can I change that?
I am out of vigor.
Dude, that's the tiniest cursor I've ever seen. I can't even see my cursor scale. Let's go large, high contrast, save. Oh, there we go. And then we go like this. Volume down, volume down. Okay, volume down, no problem. Escape, options, sound, volume down, my ears. I saved that. Is that better? Let's try it now. Cut out 30% of the volume. Tell me if this is better for you.
I am out of vigor.
I don't think I can turn the mic up. So if anything, I'm just gonna have to turn the volume further down. Can you hear me fine? Is it fine? Let's turn off IT mode here. A bit more down. Okay. A bit more down on the effects. Okay. Okay, what about that? Let's try this now. Is that better, guys? It's fine. Okay, let's go like this then. I'm gonna turn off IT mode. Okay, let's explore the dungeon. Can I open this door yet? Yep.
Locked.
Okay. Did I just open a door to get to a door that I can't open? Oh god, dude. Dude, I just got trolled so bad there. Unbelievable. Okay. Alright, so the Soar can jump over terrain, of course. I shouldn't have said that. Let's wait for it to come back up. You might be wondering, oh, can you actually use it to jump down? Yes, you can. So this is, again, probably one of the least mobile. Some of you might be wanting to see the loot. Let's pick up the loot. I think it's just normal yellows, but just to show you. Okay, dexterity, damage, resource, cost reduction, kind of basic things here. Could also try tempering. I didn't even think of that. I should have read that manual. I wonder if that manual was a Spiritborn specific manual. Yeah, the Centipede is pretty amazing. There's just so much damage here and there's so much poison. These guys just have absolutely no chance. Like, it's just pure destruction. I think the Centipede right now is by far the strongest archetype. Like I had some boss fights on the Jaguar that were kind of tough, and then I went in the I went with the Centipede, and I literally killed them in one hit. Okay, let's actually read this. Is this a? Okay, this is a Spiritborn manual. Okay, that's cool. I never actually saw that. Well, they said ahead of time they haven't done the balance patch yet, so they said don't worry about it. I also believe we are not playing the most up-to-date patch, so they have already fixed a lot of stuff that might be broken here. All right, here we go. Holy God, look how strong these guys are.
Need more time.
You guys remember at the start of Diablo 4 when... Oh, look at the Centipede. Look at the Centipede's damage. Oh my... Woo! Did you see that? Dude, you see what my conduit did compared to the Centipede? Oh my God, dude. Get out of here. So, the Centipede's pretty good. Put the master volume to 5. All right, Lee says it's still too loud. Okay. It's still too loud. Okay, let's try that. Okay. Okay, so what else should we do? I want to show you everything. So what's the next cool thing we could do? Why don't we go do a stronghold? Well, that guy was my brother. So let's see how it sounds when I get into chat. Or not in a chat, into a fight, I mean. Sorry. Yeah, it's not making any noise as we just ride on through. Wait a minute. Can these guys cross this line? Wait a minute. Huh. I wonder what the point of this is. All right, let's kill him. Let's give him a Centipede. Oh, they're all dead.
Not ready yet.
Fried. You know, you can just... Dude, let's check out a cellar. Is this a cellar? No, this is a Tree of Whisper. Never mind, I got you baited. Okay. Back onto the cat. Okay, we have another dungeon we could do. Let's go do the stronghold. Does the map have Lilith statues? That's a good question. Oh, we need to ask. The game director is going to come up here and join us, I believe, in a little bit. When he's here, let's ask him if the renown extends. If you need to do the renown into the next thing. All right. Okay, here's an event. Let's see if this event is different. Let's just stand here and do absolutely nothing as our Centipede Kamehamehas the entire room. All right, what's this? Caravan under siege. All right, that's probably not so exciting. We've seen that. We've seen stuff like that before, right? Let's carry on to the stronghold. That's probably what you really want to see. Looks like we're in a hell tide right now as well. Okay, here we go. Oh, can I go in?
What is this?
Can I teleport in? Easy. Okay. My ads are so loud, I don't choose the volume of my ads. I'll give you a wild guess. If I were able to choose the volume of my ads, can you guess what volume I would set them at? Imagine us being able to choose the volume of our ads. Yeah, but the Centipede is just so comfy to play because, as you can see, the poison is spreading so severely to everything. I can't survive. It's not even a matter of defense at this point. Everything is so poisoned and destroyed. Oh, that's a new icon. I like that, the big red boss icon or something. Okay. Okay, what do we need to do here? Okay, I assume we go to the purple skulls. Seems logical. Alright. Nope, they're poisoned. They're dead. Another thing is if you fully poison something... Let's see if I can demonstrate this. Nope, I killed it instantly. My bad. If you can fully poison something and summon your centipede will insta-execute it. Just gone. You don't have to wait for them to die. It'll probably be pretty significant in the later game. In the early game, they just die so quickly anyway. Probably doesn't seem as strong as it actually will be. I can tell you a little secret. I don't think there's any issue with me saying this. I've heard from some people that have played, you know, internal builds further than this, that some of the other legendary powers or uniques are actually like completely build defining. That they make certain things for the different spirit guardians so crazy powerful that, as cool as this may sound, it's kind of like, imagine a druid without Tempest Roar. You know, it just doesn't do anything until you actually become Werewolf Tornado Man. So they said that they put a good amount of effort into the uniques, so when you get them, it will kind of transform your entire experience. Okay, what do I need to do here? Do I need to go up further? Let's go this way. Maybe it's up here? Yeah, it is up. Okay, I see it. It's this way. Is this better than any other class? So I don't know how it looks to you guys visually. It doesn't always maybe look the same as sitting in the chair playing it. I can tell you as someone who is playing it and has played it since yesterday, it definitely feels very good. It definitely has a polish to it. It feels like there has been a team working on it for a year straight. It feels like it's had more attention than the other 5 classes. It's very punchy when you play it. It's very responsive. You're watching me play a level 30 character with level 1 powers with no good stats and no movement speed, yada, yada, yada. No uniques, you know, you get what I mean? When you get the full thing, you're going to be able to absolutely fry everything. Okay, boss, how would you like to meet my centipede? Oh, okay, dead. Okay. No problem. I'm telling you, everyone was saying their favorite spirit animals. No one was talking about the centipede. I was like, are you guys kidding me? All right, let me look at the time here. I want to show you all 4. I have a build for all 4. So this is my poison centipede build.
Not ready yet.
Did I just teleport through the overgrowth that was trying to stop me? Oh, okay. Here we go. Big fight, big fight. Okay, my centipede's back. So the centipede isn't the tankiest. Oh, okay. That guy's dead. Okay. Oh, okay. I won. Well, my build's pretty good. My build's pretty good.
Need more time.
All right. We won, I think. Okay. Okay, stronghold cleared. Oh, nice. My reward for clearing the stronghold is getting ambushed. Love that. All right. Well, why don't we go try... Let's try a cellar. Let's see if the cellars are different in the expansion. This is the expansion. This is the first zone. If you guys haven't seen, look. There's more, obviously, but it's blocked. We can't go further. Believe me, I tried to jump over it. But it doesn't work. I tried. Check the inventory. There's the inventory. Seems to be the same, unless I'm missing something. Let's try another. Let's try a cellar, and then let's try another new dungeon, I guess. And then we can go do... We got 4 builds, so we can go do the other stronghold on another build. Okay, how do I get to this cellar? Okay, this is actually interesting. How do I get there? Let's ride around. Maybe we climb up a cliff or something? Let's go this way. open the skill tree. You want to know what I'm going to do? That's a great idea. I'm going to show you the entire skill tree so we can theory craft later. Let's do this real quick for 1 minute. I'm going to mouse over everything and we can slow it down later. I'm going to mouse over everything. We can slow it down later in theory craft. How does that sound? That seems smart, right? Just real quick, one time, I apologize. I know this is boring, but now we can theory craft by pausing it and slowing it down later. Bear with me for 60 more seconds, please. While we move through here. You're going to see the other builds that I'm going to play are very different than this. They have, a lot of them have way more mobility. A lot of them are way tankier. It actually really matters which Spirit Guardians you pick and how you mix and match it. It makes a huge difference. Okay, and we're almost done here. We'll have this for later. Almost done. We can take a look at the key passives here. Your critical strikes cause enemies to burst 100% of the total poisoning on them as poison damage around them. So if you crit poisoned enemies, it's huge explosions. Every third consecutive cast of the same basic skill increases all skill ranks by 2. Every third consecutive cast of the same core or potency skill reduces all of your cooldowns by 10% and increase by 2% for each of their skill ranks. So skill ranks up, cooldowns down. Adaptive stances. The base spirit of a skill cast grants equals 30% movement speed, 30% damage reduction, 30% attack speed, 30% lifesteal. Casting a skill of a different base spirit swaps to the new bonus and gives you 30% extra damage. Then Vital Strikes. You deal 100% increased damage to vulnerable enemies, so double damage. After making an enemy vulnerable, your next direct damage dealt to them is going to heal you, give you your resource back, and remove the vulnerable. So one very interesting question about that, about it removing the vulnerable, is how does that work in groups? Does it remove the vulnerable from other people applying it, from like the world boss? If the answer is yes, then, and it's like the strongest key passive, then one of the strongest groups might be every Spiritborn stealing the vulnerable off of a boss with someone who can perma apply vulnerable at like maxed attack speed might be like the strongest single target insta delete a boss in the game. I don't know how it works. I'm going to find out though. I will certainly find out. Okay, leave dungeon doesn't work here. The sellers seem to be about the same, so why don't we try another dungeon? I didn't open the chest. Oh, my bad. We'll just assume it was nothing. My bad. Okay, let's go to another dungeon. Well, how about we do this one? Remnants of Rage. Okay. I have a feeling my centipede is going to one-shot the boss. Maybe if I get to the boss, I should not use the centipede and see how fast I can kill it without it. I will only summon my centipede when the monster is fully poisoned, and we'll see if it works. If I summon him, it should insta-execute him. I can only play each build for 30 minutes if I want to give you an even distribution. So, let's play for 8 more minutes here. Let's do this dungeon. Which one do you guys want to see next? Do you want to see Gorilla Big Smash Tanky Man? Do you want to see Eagle Lightning Mobility Man? Or do you want to see Jaguar Fire Attack Speed Man? Okay, I don't know why I asked this question. I'm just getting spammed all 3 of them. You wanna know what? We're gonna do something better. Sarah, which one do you want to do next? I asked chat which one they want to see next, but everyone's just spamming all of them, so which one do you want to see next? Jaguar, okay. Jaguar it is. And then which one after Jaguar? Okay. You're gonna see the most visually appealing one last. Okay, so it's gonna be, we're gonna go Jaguar, Gorilla, Eagle. Sarah is one of us.
Not ready yet.
Guys, we are going to be joined by Brent. He is the game director, aka the big shot. He's the boss man of the expansion.
Need more time.
So I don't know when he's coming, but whenever he comes, we have already amassed a giant page of questions for him. Probably 90% of them are NDA'd and he can't answer, but you want to know what? We're going to ask him anyway. And I'll play it while I talk to him. We're just gonna do everything at the same time. Okay, this looks a little bit unfinished, right? This is a big open room. I assume there's going to be an event there. That's fine.
Not ready yet.
Adam is on Woody's stream. Woody and Adam are right behind me. God, I missed my centipede.
Need more time.
If there's a legendary power. Wait, time out, boys. Let's get in here. Okay, we already know this one, right? Where's Butcher? Dude, I hope Butcher shows up. I hope Butcher shows up when I'm playing Gorilla. Because Gorilla is tanky boy.
Not ready.
Can I not track this quest? It's so distracting. Perfect. Beautiful. I like the new colors of the icons. You can see even the icons are different. I don't mind the, what are they, bright pink? Like pinkish purple? I don't mind that at all. They actually, okay, we released a lever. All right, let's go this way. See if there's another one. How fast could the centipede kill Butcher? Probably instantly. Dude, Butcher, show yourself, I dare you. Show yourself if you aren't a little bitch. Okay, wait, am I holding something? No, it's another lever. Okay. We press 3 levers. Do I have any consumables? No.
Need more time.
Okay, once we clear this dungeon, we're gonna go Jaguar. No problem.
Need more time.
And you're gonna see the Jaguar is not as strong as the Centipede, so I'm warning you ahead of time. At least right now. They haven't put in the balance patch yet, so absolutely not final. You never know which one's gonna end up being the best. But for right now, when I played it yesterday, nothing was stronger than the Centipede. Okay, here we go. Big fight, big fight. We're not gonna use the Centipede until he's fully poisoned. Okay, that guy's kind of cool. Okay, he's getting absolutely torched. Let me see if I can not kill him here. Bro, the explosion hit him for 6,000. Come on, dude. Let's look at the implicits here. The implicit is 32 damage to elites. The implicit here is 40% block chance. There are some powers that synergize tremendously with block chance. So some of the Spiritborns are absolutely going to be using quarterstaffs. Where's Brent that I mentioned? I don't know. Whenever he'd like to come in. I don't know. Okay, guys, that was the Centipede. What would you guys give the Centipede on a 1 to 10? Oh, nice. It's in perfect order. 4, 10, 10, 0, 6.9, 10, 9, 7. Okay, the numbers are too fast. Okay. Same thing. Let me put on my build for one moment. Do you guys want to see the town? Let me show you the town. I want to show you everything. I want to show you four different builds. And I want to show you kind of what they feel like. And yeah, let me do one more thing here. You guys want to see the powers? Look at this. Every 4th time you deal direct damage to an enemy with a Jaguar skill, unleash additional slashes, dealing 100% of the damage of the 4 hits. Casting an Eagle skill grants 2 Storm Feathers, up to a maximum of 8. When you evade, all Storm Feathers are fired, dealing lightning damage and making targets vulnerable. So your evade turns into an AoE like archery thing. Gorilla, casting a gorilla skill deals 100% of your thorns to enemies you hit. So your thorns, you build it up and it becomes part of your gorilla attacks. And it grants you a barrier. Gorillas are very hard to kill. Centipede, what we just played, hitting an enemy with a centipede skill reduces their damage and slows them, and it stacks up to 8 times. It's debilitating. Down here, we get more ferocity. Ferocity is the attack speed buff, I believe. Eagle, for every 4 meters you move, your critical strike chance increases by 4%. This bonus is reset for 2 seconds after you critically strike. So being very agile is going to give you more damage. Maximum resolve increased by 2, and heal for 1% of your life for every nearby poison enemy in the last 3 seconds. Now you've seen all the different class mechanics. You can theory craft with that. Let me make this build. It will hopefully only take me 60 seconds. So on the boots, we're going to do Sky Power. Okay, easy. On the amulet, we're going to do Plains Power. Okay, Rapid and Expectant here. I hope I can find one of these uniques, man. I want to show you some of these build-defining uniques, if I can. I will tell you, I did not find a single unique yesterday, so the odds of me finding it are not good. Let's go Jug, and then let's go Disobedience. Another thing that you might notice if you play a lot of Diablo 4, they completely changed Juggernaut. This power is different. 32 armor. So something is happening here. Certainly in some of the future patches we're going to see, and this is not the most recent patch for the expansion. Certainly we're going to see something new. All right, let's go try something different here. Difficulty selector. Okay. Okay, it's kind of... Let me see here. What is the difficulty selector like? I've never actually seen this. Okay, it's like a... Okay, I'm locked into playing World Tier 2. Okay, that's fine. Show where Nahantu is over the world map. Yes. Bottom left corner. We're going down and left. What's the... Oh my god, it's the Big Mac. Big man on campus. What's up, dude?
How's it going? How's it going?
Good, man. Dude, I'm having so much fun.
Yeah, great. That's what I love to hear.
Dude, you guys did amazing down there.
Thank you.
We got that for you.
Oh, we have mics. Okay.
Yep. Let's, and then I'm going to slide the webcam over.
Sounds good.
Okay, can you guys see us both? Let's see. Let's look at OBS here for a second. Nice, this adds a layer of difficulty. I like that. I'm always down for challenge
By
mode
design.
Diablo. Okay, let's go maybe even more this way. Okay.
There we go.
Dude, how does it feel, man, to finally get everything?
It's like a 1-ton weight off your shoulder. I mean, we were joking about it before. We got to BlizzCon, and I remember specifically you.
Volume good, guys? Sorry,
yeah.
go ahead.
Oh, no, just specifically you being on the stream being like, here was Blizzard's moment to talk about their class, and they didn't share anything.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting in the hotel being like, I want to talk so much about this. But honestly, I'm glad we waited. This is a very complex class. There's a lot going on with it. We wanted to make sure that we got the fantasy right.
Yeah.
Because it's clearly not a class that we can go to a tabletop game and say, you know, it's this archetype. So we had a lot of things to figure out.
You know, so I play a lot of Diablo 4, right? When I play this expansion, it feels like I assume like this isn't like the most up-to-date version. We're gonna get a more up-to-date version on the launch.
Absolutely.
But it feels different. It feels like there's like a higher level of polish here. So it's not like, it feels like it's not just an expansion. It feels like you guys like fix like some, I don't know, some like gameplay enhancements or something? Did you guys like change the actual system at all?
You know, fundamentally, we haven't actually changed the system a whole lot. I mean, the class feels very different. I think that the way that you go through the world with the class makes some very subtle flow changes to it. But in general, it's been, this is like the culmination of all the learnings that we've gotten from the last several seasons.
He's too quiet. Okay, keep going. I'm gonna try to
I
fix
can
this.
also get my mic a little closer.
Let me.
I'm told often by my family that I don't project enough, so yeah, you might need to adjust
Is this
that.
going up?
Hello, hello, hello.
Is that up? That helped? Much
that
better.
help? Okay.
Excellent.
All right. You know, but flow was a big goal for us with the expansion. You know, we know a lot of people are going to jump in and play the classes that they've played already, but if you jump in with the Spiritborn, you know, we really wanted that experience, like you to literally feel the flow.
Yeah.
As far as polish is concerned, yeah, I mean, you see it all over in the environment. Shipping the game, you really learn like what works and what doesn't. And so we can cut to the chase on getting to that high quality stuff much faster now, and I think the zone has really benefited from that, you know, in every aspect.
Gonna turn down. Chat is telling me we can just maybe we turn the volume like almost to zero here so they can hear you.
Okay.
Well, I mean, okay, so I have a million questions here that we could ask. I'm sure, I don't know, there's so many of these. I'm sure that we don't want to break NDA or anything like that. Or
well, I'm very good at being like, you know, we can't talk about that yet. Yeah.
So obviously, one of the big selling points is the Spiritborn class for the expansion.
Yeah.
If you had to give like, because you're the big shot, right? You're the game director, like of this expansion, right?
Yeah. This is my baby.
Okay. So what would you say if you had to give like the elevator speech of maybe people who are on the fence, like maybe they were a little sad about how Diablo launched or something along the way? What do you think is really going to bring people to the expansion? Why should they check it out?
Well, number one, it's the class, right? It's a brand new play archetype that didn't exist at the launch of the game, and so you can literally go back through the entire base game with this class and get that new experience. So I think that is a pretty massive thing. I think the other thing is like a lot of players had come in and play, and this is our fan base. I love it. You know, they get in, they immerse themselves in the world, and then they, you know, go play some other games, and that's great. But we have been honing in and refining a lot over the last year. Could you imagine stopping after the first couple of weeks of the launch of the game and then returning a year later to what we have today? It is very much a different game.
Yeah.
It's, and it's gotten the polish in the areas that we really wanted to see it in.
I mean, if I'm going to be honest, you guys have done a tremendous job. There were some times where Diablo 4 is at not the highest points, and especially with Season 4. Season 4 felt significantly better, I think, after some of the things that were shared about Season 5. And honestly, coming in here and playing this expansion, I don't know, it just feels good. It feels, I don't know how it looks, but it feels punchy when you're actually diving in here.
Yes.
It feels smooth.
Yeah, it does. I mean, and that's the like really subtle things that we decided to put into the game. Like the 3-hit combo, I think is a huge deal with keeping the momentum going from encounter to encounter. Not to mention all the mobility and traversal stuff that we have. But yeah, it's super smooth. On your point earlier too, it's like I've worked on a lot of games. Been around for a while. Oh,
What games have you worked on?
I've worked on Tony Hawk. I've worked on
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2?
That's right.
Oh my God, dude.
We made Skylanders, which is Diablo for kids, right? I've worked on a lot of teams, and they're always very passionate, and this team is no exception, right? They really care about this game, and so even though when we released, we learned some stuff that we're like, yep, that needs to be addressed, their passion punches through. They're going to be like, nope, we need to do something here. We looked at itemization. We're like, nope, we need to do something here. And that's really hard. Like, this game is very complex. We want to make sure that, like, every change we make doesn't have any like cascading effects that we can't control.
Right.
And they've done a really good job. So the passion of this team is amazing, and I wouldn't want to work with any better team that is out there.
Okay, so let me ask you a question because I saw a reaction from chat.
Okay.
And I don't feel this way, but maybe part of it is because I already played a little bit. When they heard that, it sounds like Spiritborn can only use two-handers, right?
Yeah.
The staffs and the
two-handed
glaives.
weapons,
Some people didn't like that.
Yeah.
And when I was looking at some of the implicits, for example, I think the staffs give you block chance. And I've had a chance to look at a lot of the legendary powers.
Yep.
And kind of like, as you guys highlighted, there seems to be a lot of synergies and a lot of builds that you can actually really make. It's like defense turning into offense from some of the synergies that you built into the spirits. Do you think people are going to feel bad that you can't use one-handers, offhands, or anything? Is there any plans to maybe expand what the Spiritborn can use in the future, or are you guys locked in like this and it's going to feel good?
Well, I think the first thing is that we were aware going to just having the two-handed weapons, what that meant for the class, right? If you compare it to the other classes and the variety that they can go after. But one of the things that you'll notice about this class is that there are a lot more vectors outside of the weapons that really allow you to tweak and customize this build. And so I don't see this as something that's going to hold players back from the opportunities that they would get from having more items. We are also making sure that they use pole arms, so there's a whole base set of weapons that are already in the game that they're going to be able to take advantage of. So that's the first half of the question. The second half, you know, we're definitely exploring what it means to see other weapons on different class types. It's a discussion that's not exclusive to the Spiritborn, right?
They just changed that, right? The Season 5 patch notes have opened up, was it Season 5 or Season 4 or both? They opened up a bunch of other item slots for other classes.
Exactly. Yeah. And so as we continue to get feedback from the community and learn more, like, this is a very open discussion. So I think it would be naive for me to say that, no, this is the way it's going to be forever. No, we're constantly going to be evolving these classes. We want to be able to let them grow, and we're really letting the community drive a lot of that.
Yeah. Is there going to be, so you guys announced that you're going to fly 5 people to Germany, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I learned about that this week.
Oh, okay, I learned about that right now. One thing that people were wondering, and I don't know, maybe you guys don't have plans for this, or maybe you do. Will there be any chance for there to be like any kind of a public PTR for them to maybe try it out or test it before they buy it before the expansion launches in October? Is anything like that planned?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, it's first important to state that PTR is incredibly important to us.
My God.
There you go. I'm going to pause for just a second as you explore this. Do you want to talk about it?
I've never gotten a unique before.
All right.
Your max and vigor is increased by 100% every kill. I don't even care. I'll just put it on. All right.
I can't wait to bring
Carry on.
Is Bjorn going to come in here?
I don't know.
Okay.
He gets really, dude, he's the lead class designer, right?
Oh my God.
Dude,
yeah.
he gets so excited
He's
about
the
it.
beautiful mind. It's like you sit down and talk about this, and he talks through all the complexity. It's pretty incredible. We'll get him in here to talk to you about some of this stuff.
I was thinking to myself when he was talking about the Spiritborn, is like, I wish I loved anything as much as Bjorn loves the Spiritborn.
You know, I told him I wasn't going to say this. I'm going to go for it, though.
Okay.
We knew he was the designer we wanted on this. And so the very first email to him said, Spirit Bjorn.
Yeah. Just the title and that's it?
Yeah, in regard, I forgot the exact title, but it had Spirit Bjorn in it, and we're like, oh my God, it was like it was meant to be. You know, he did a lot of work on the Rogue, and so understanding what like combinations really meant, you know, he was the perfect designer to come in and work on this.
Yeah.
So as far as PTRs are concerned, PTRs are really important to us, whether they are executed like we had with Season 4, or if we have a PTR like Season 5 that maybe came out with some more of a rockier start, we're okay with that because we're constantly learning.
Okay.
And so that is very important to us. We are PTRing the things that make sense. When it comes to the expansion, we don't want to spoil a lot of the things that are happening in there for players to experience in a very clean way. And so we don't have any intention on doing. Oh, I know what's up.
Yeah, we're doing something here.
Yeah. So we don't have any intention on doing a PTR for the expansion specifically.
Okay.
But everything around it, we'll continue to be doing PTRs for a very long time.
Okay, so kind of a similar question there. It seems right now, which is fine. It is not bad. It's whatever. It's an early build. Sure. It seems like some of the archetypes are way stronger than the other ones.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that there will be additional testing, feedback, and balances put in before?
That's one of the main reasons why we bring folks like you into the mix.
I have. Oh, just jump over it, Fivehead.
So like the build you have right now, I'm gonna guess is probably like 4 or 5 weeks back in time. And so even with the Centipede, like the Centipede has a couple of things that really need to be balanced right now. Those changes are already going in. We're getting all the telemetry. We're taking all the feedback. And so we have this short window of time before we launch where we can make adjustments. And so
is this like the best stronghold ever? Like I feel like I'm in like Luigi's Haunted Mansion or something.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Oh, now you can see a little bit more. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm going to let you kind of go through this.
God, I love seeing.
Yeah, there you go.
We're frying.
Yeah, so what else you got?
Oh, I mean...
It's funny, I get wrapped up. It's like I'm zooming into the game now. Yeah. I lose track of the question.
Well, I'm like, I'm listening to you. I'm playing. I'm trying not to die. I can't see. I'm reading chat, and I got to look at my questions. I'm so discombobulated as well. All right, so, okay. How about I have a long list of stuff that you probably don't want to answer or can't answer. Mm-hmm. So, maybe if you can't answer it, just obviously just tell me you can't. Or maybe you can tell me, like, how does the team feel about it or something without committing to anything. Okay, so I guess let's start with the one that people were spamming when they saw Spiritborn. People keep talking about Paladin. People love Paladins. Yeah. People want, if not a Paladin, I guess like a holy archetype. And I know like at some point you got to pick a class and go with it. I'm guessing there's going to be future classes in the future. How does the team feel about the holy archetype? People are salivating for it. Mm-hmm. Is that a thing that we could see in the future in Diablo 4?
So I'm sure people are sick of me being like, we set out with a goal to do an all-new class.
And we chose Spiritborn, and it aligns with the jungle.
Yeah. So I think our message is already out there. The reality is that we even have people on the team that are very passionate about a holy archetype. Like, we talk about it quite regularly. We don't want to stop with the Spiritborn. We want to continue to expand things out. As long as everybody's showing up and playing the game, we're going to continue to make more. And so, yeah, Holy is absolutely on the table.
Okay, so that sounds pretty promising to me. Like you're probably getting up people's hopes, but that sounds pretty good to me.
I mean, patience is a virtue. Maybe it'll spawn as a patience will be a spirit guardian at some point. But,
were there any people internally at Blizzard that were like their employees and they were upset that Paladin wasn't the next thing? They're like, I want to play Paladin.
Yeah, when I was talking about, hey, we get this iconic image and then we roll it out to the team and we start talking about that stuff.
These bosses are so cool, man.
We got some really
holy shit!
bosses.
You guys did some nice stuff here, man. What is even going on here?
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, that's totally fine. It's gonna become distracting if I look at it too much.
Yeah.
So I remember being in a production meeting where I like rolled out all the Spiritborn stuff, and everybody gets really excited. I mean, once you get your hands on it, you're like, yeah, this is really cool. This is really fun. You guys the team has done a fantastic job. But yeah, we had a producer that came up to me and he goes, okay, when Paladin, right?
Just straight up.
Yeah. So it's why I'm not really shy about talking about it. I don't want to be cagey with everybody and be like, oh, I don't know. We'll have to see. I want to be as honest about the process as possible, and when the community's passion pours through, that has an impact on us. It 100% has an impact on us. I called you my morning coffee the other day, right? Like you're in my living room in the morning,
and your wife's like, "Get that blue Smurf off of the TV."
I mean, it's pretty amazing. You know, we have people on the team. The majority of the team they're fans too, right? Like, how could you not be? Like, you don't come to a game this complex because you just think it's cool. It's because you actually dig Diablo. You actually dig the lore. You dig everything that has to do with the genre. So, yeah.
So what I'm hearing from you is the community can have a say in the next class. So if people just keep crying about the paladin, it will come true.
Yeah, like the passion shows through, right? If you're passionate and we have that open dialogue, which clearly we're having open dialogues about a lot of things.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just the paladin that gets brought up. You know, there's a lot of classes that get brought up on a regular basis, whether you're a D2 fan or a D3 fan. You know, that conversation varies a little bit.
What are some of the major ones that you hear? Like the one I hear Paladin a lot, and I hear maybe like Amazon a lot. I don't know if we're going to get Amazon though, because does that kind of interfere with Rogue, and does that like turn you off a little bit of maybe going down the Amazon route?
We definitely don't want to. We definitely don't want to go down a class that has a significant amount of overlap with an archetype that already exists, right? And so if we were to go down the route of an Amazon, we'd have to find a way to flex it in its own like combat archetype. And
that seems challenging.
And that's challenging, right? And so I'm not saying we wouldn't do it,
Yeah.
but that would be the challenge that is in front of us when we go after it. So yeah, we hear a lot about Amazon, we heard a lot about Monk, we heard a lot about Paladin. You know, obviously we're going to Nahantu. We've heard a lot about Witch Doctor, and so yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into our choice.
So again, not to, we don't need to keep on the same topic forever, but so does the introduction of the Spiritborn kind of in the future eliminate Monk and Witch Doctor? Because it's kind of like, I don't know, it doesn't really feel very Witch Doctor-y to me, but it feels like a Monk. Like if you put in a Monk in this game, I'd be like, how would you balance that with a Spiritborn?
Yeah, you'd have to find a new reimagined section. So I think the short answer is no, it doesn't eliminate it, but it goes back to that question of like, what reimagining of that class would we need to do to have it sit cleanly in its own archetype? And a lot of exploration would have to go into that and what that would mean.
Dude, I don't know what you guys have going on here, but I've never seen this, but I'm serious. Other than like dying to Uber Lilith 600 times at the beginning, this is some of the most fun I've had in this game. Like,
I like to hear that.
Like this is what I want you guys to do. Like actually like change up the gameplay. Like I have no idea what's going on here.
Yeah. Thank Art Peshkov for this.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, he has some really cool ideas here. It's pretty wild.
Okay, I'm having a blast doing this.
Introducing new challenges is really important to us. You know, we obviously know what works for the game, but it would be irresponsible for us to just not take a couple of shots. The Stronghold's one of them.
Okay. So, all right. So, okay, here's a very, very important topic. People care about this so deeply. And it's about the solo experience.
Yeah.
So, I guess kind of a triple question, however you want to approach it. Are there any plans for, I guess, the high level question is, how do you guys view solo versus group play? What is your goal to try to land with that in the expansion? And then, would you be open to opening an SSF mode? And then the last thing tied into that would be, it sounded like on the announcement of the raids that you can't do them solo. You can walk up and maybe there might be a group finder, but it doesn't seem like you can actually go in there and do them solo. So what is the team's goal? What are you trying to do with solo, and is it going to be good for those kinds of players?
So we know that the vast majority of our player base plays solo, either exclusively or a large part of their content.
Okay.
From a designer standpoint, I'm taking a look at the landscape and saying, okay, we know that's where our community is. That's got to be a world-class experience. Like, we got to make sure that it feels absolutely amazing. Online gaming, however, is also growing to include a lot of multiplayer cooperative game styles that that really bring the community together, right? You could probably name your favorite co-op game and talk about that for ages.
Yep.
And so it's one of those things where even though I know that we need to make sure to guarantee that first class experience for single player, I'd like to see us branch out to more cooperative style gameplay. It should not supersede what we do in the single player. It should not be required as a part of your core loop. But for those players who really do like cooperative, like, we want to be able to open up that avenue within this game because this is a fantastic franchise. And so I think what we're doing is like finding out what are the right modes that are appropriate for that, and then how do we introduce that into the overall progression of the game.
One of the things that makes games like this so exciting for me, and it truly has nothing to do with whether I'm a part of it. I can give an example right now. World of Warcraft.
Sure.
I have enough hours in World of Warcraft that would kill most human beings, but I haven't played it in a long time.
Sure.
But whenever the world first races are happening, there's a very high chance I will tune in and watch the whole thing and be like, man, I remember back in my day, I used to be a Giga Chad Raider.
Yeah.
So the ladders and the races and the community events, they just make the game so much more fun, even if I'm a viewer and not a player.
Yeah.
Do you guys have plans to introduce stuff like that into the game to kind of bring the community together, to make like really hype races, level to 100, kill the Uber bosses, anything like that?
I can't talk details, obviously.
Right.
But this is very top of mind. I mean, we're an online game. Our community is super engaged. So making sure that we have mechanics in there that like gamify that so that we can have fun together is definitely it's a daily topic. And, we have lots of really fantastic ideas on how we can go about doing it. And now it's just really about like crystallizing those thoughts and finding the right places to release it, because we're also working on other parts of the game. But yeah, that's very top of mind.
I mean, that's great to hear. What about, by the way, how long do you want to be here? You want to be here the whole time? We're just sending it? Or
well,
what?
We got 3 other of your partners in the area, so we'll spend a little bit more time.
Okay.
We also have a few other folks. If you want to bring in Eleni or Bjorn or Nick, we're available. But we're in a flow right now, so let's keep going.
All right, let's go. So what about, so one very weird thing, like one key rule that most players would say about most games is they don't want to go to a third-party site to do a ton of stuff, except for Maxroll, by the way, to interact with the game, right?
Sure.
So one of the big things that's plaguing the game right now is trading. And then whenever we talk about something like an auction house, some people just instantly think about the real money auction house from Diablo 3, and it was a cool idea, it didn't work, but real money
destabilized a lot of things.
Yeah, but real money auction house doesn't necessarily have to be just an auction house, right? World of Warcraft has an auction house,
sure,
and you can search for stuff and trade.
Yeah.
Would we ever get either an auction house or something to help us trade so we can do something better than what we currently have?
Yeah, we don't have any intentions on doing an auction house at the moment. We're definitely reflect on what happened in D3 and making sure that we aren't repeating a mistake there. But trading is top of mind. I think when we talk about itemization in particular, we want to make sure that we're being as flexible as possible moving forward. So, trading is definitely something we know is a core part of the game. Where we were at when we launched, we knew it could be better, and so we're gonna be putting more attention into that as we go.
Okay. What about loot filters? Is that so? with some of the item you just talked about itemization, we've already seen a lot of itemization changes in the base game. I can only assume there's going to be additional ones coming into the expansion. Do you think that the game needs a loot filter, and would you be opening to bringing us one in the future?
Loot filters as we know them today. How do I want to answer this? Great question. We know, so itemization is going to continue to become more and more complex. We're not gonna stop improving or adding more stuff to the game, because that's what this game is all about.
I like to hear that. That's good.
Which means loot filters, armories, anything doing with the management of the loot itself is something that we need to be taking all of those things in deep consideration. And so I think that conversation is in a spot of like when and what is like how we need to approach that, because there's a lot of different layers that we can add when it comes to that kind of stuff. And so I don't like starting with loot filter. I don't know if that's exactly the place that we want to start. I think that there's some other things that we can do earlier, but it is definitely something that is always in the conversation.
Okay. All right. This is a big one.
Here we go.
This is going to make a lot of people mad if we get the wrong answer here.
Oh God!
This
here
one
we go.
this one matters.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me stretch a second. Let's go.
I'm only going to say one word. I'm not even going to describe it, and then and then I'll let you take it.
Okay.
Armory.
I said it just a second ago too, didn't I?
Yeah. This one better be favorable.
You know, Rod messages me on this all the time.
Okay. And what does Rod say?
When are we going to get an armory?
Okay. That's good news. That's probably the best news we heard all day.
We all know the value of it, right?
Okay.
Again, going back to the when and where, we got a lot of things that are kind of pushing through the pipe right now. So I can't tell you like the timing, but I can tell you very much that we hear you. People on the team want to see it happen. There's a lot of things that we just did with itemization. We're about ready to release an expansion that has other pieces that are going to fit into that. So I would say sit tight. It's top of mind.
Okay, I mean that was a very favorable response.
It's a favorable response.
If Rod is begging for it, then that means
it is not confirmed. Rod needs to sit tight. You know, Rod doesn't get everything that Rod wants. I'm joking, Rod. Whatever you want.
Well, he I hope he gets that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so what about some old favorites from previous games? Some of them I know why they aren't currently in the game. Others I don't know why they're in the game. So one thing that I think Diablo 3 did that made things fun is you guys had all these different kinds of goblins, especially now as the game gets a little bit more complex.
Yeah.
All we have are the vanilla goblins. That's one. Sets are a very controversial topic.
Yep. Yeah.
Some people love them, some people hate them.
We're divided on the team level too on that. Yeah.
That's a tough one. And then Runewords is at a very... What happened?
Who just ran by you?
Is this a cat? Oh, let me kill him.
No.
Macro, you're dead. That's got to be Macro. And then Runewords have had a weird history with Diablo 4. They were announced, but they were called runes and Runewords, but they were like prefixes and suffixes, and they were different, and they were going to be way weaker. And then the community rioted, and then they were pulled. It was like, holy shit, what just happened? What about some of those old favorites? Is the team ever talking about things? Are these things that we could ever see in the future?
Yeah, classic systems are always a part of the conversation because we know what was fun in those previous games, and so taking a look at those is like whenever there's brainstorming, you know, you'll see some of these things kind of pop up in conversation. The trick in those conversations is like Diablo 4 is a different game, and so if we were to take something that you saw in D2 or into D3, how do you modernize that in order to fit the channel here? So when we talk about itemization, we have a whole lot of opportunity with a lot of legacy stuff to play with. When it comes to the goblins, it's the same thing. We know that there are certain behaviors and archetypes when it comes to the monsters that are still yet to be explored. We're also inventing new stuff. You saw it earlier when we were like you were seeing some of the boss work that was being done when we first started chatting. So
I mean, I don't need to keep repeating it, but it's nice, man. It's a breath of fresh air.
Thank you. Thank you.
It genuinely feels a little different.
Yeah.
Which, God, that's what we need, man.
So translation is important, and you know, I've worked on enough games that have been in the world of very beloved IPs. Diablo is probably the emperor of IPs. Like, it's not the king and queen. It is literally the emperor of IPs. Like, so many people love this.
Yeah.
And so that interpretation is something that we take with great care, which means that we just can't just shove it in.
Right.
It's not just going to work if you just shove it in. There's things that we're going to need to do to modernize.
So we may see some of these systems in the future, but it will never be a carbon copy of what we've seen before because a carbon copy wouldn't fit in the game.
Right. And yeah, the carbon copy, I mean, we could do it, but I think it wouldn't work the way that would be the best for the game.
One thing that you mentioned earlier is that the game will continue, and stop me whenever you, I got questions for days, and if I run out, chat, we'll have it.
Actually, what time do we got?
We're halfway, so you got 1 hour, 56 minutes left between the other one.
Okay,
creators.
let's go for another 5-10 minutes.
Okay, 5-10 minutes. All right. So you mentioned earlier that the game is going to evolve. It's not going to get less complex. It's going to get more complex. That's a breath of fresh air for me. A lot of people are like, "Oh my God, this game is so casual." I mean, some people love it. Don't get me wrong, but
sure, it's
the game
accessible for sure.
It's accessible. That's a better word for it. So, is it fair to assume that more of that will be built into some crafting systems? Because we got our first taste of it. We have tempering. We have masterworking.
Yeah.
They're fine. They're way better than nothing.
Yeah.
Getting people into the end game and manipulating their items and having some say in that. A lot of people are calling for changes. I'm sure we'll get them because we cry about it all the time. Are we going to get more cool, interesting crafting stuff in the expansion?
Crafting is a deep well. You know, as you know, man, I can't wait until August.
So you got stuff you want to tell me, but you can't tell me?
Man, yeah. You know, I feel like it's kind of like tangential. Regardless, we know crafting is a deep well. And, you know, the itemization changes are kind of like the tip of the iceberg of the investigation and like how we're going to implement this across not only what we see in the game, but what we're going to be adding to it as we make our way through the expansion. So, yeah, I don't think I could talk at depth about it, but we definitely know that is a deep well of opportunity.
I mean, even just you saying you're excited for August, that alone was a super favorable answer, in my opinion, if I can interpret it that way. One thing that people are always asking for, I think it's in a weird, disconnected way, it's somehow related also to loot filters. Could we possibly get more stash space? Is that a thing? Especially as we're playing more characters and playing more.
Inventory management is like a big part of that, right?
Okay. Yeah.
You know, I mean, look at what we did with gems. You know, it's stash space and the way that we're handling certain things that drop in the game and what goes into your stash space to begin with. So there are a lot of implications of adding it and, you know, optimizing the game and getting you into a position where we can open that door a little bit more is always top of discussion. So, you know, I can't talk specifically about what you're going to see there, but we know that this is one layer of inventory management that's super important to everybody.
How big is the expansion in terms of like let me step out here.
My favorite dungeon. I'm sorry.
This is your favorite dungeon?
Oh.
I've never done it.
Well,
I'm excited
the Bug
now.
Cave network. Ugh.
Okay.
It's the grossest, coolest. Yeah.
So I assume. Okay, I'm excited. We're gonna go in here. By the way, we're playing Gorilla Punchy Man now, guys. So here's the original game, right? We're going bottom left. We're going to Nahantu. What can we expect in terms of like land mass compared to this? Is it like maybe the same size, maybe like half of it?
Yeah, like how does this compare to Skosglen?
Yeah.
They're actually incredibly comparable. like if you look at the overall square footage,
They're comparable.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh.
we may have packed this with a little more content.
Oh my! I like that.
But it was important to us that we didn't deliver a region that felt like a sub-slice of the original regions. And so if you walk around, you're going to see a lot of real estate. You're going to see some very, very distinct environments. Like just cave fuck. Oh my God. So gross.
I don't know if I talked to you about this, but I was mentioning it to chat when we started the stream. One thing that I really love that you guys did is everything is not just like gray, brown, and red.
Yeah.
What did you do
mattered.
to get them to like add some color to the game?
It's we had a couple of concept pieces I remember that had violet in it. And I was like, oh, well, that's not Diablo, right? And so it's like you just open it up a little bit, and the way that I've talked about this with Nick, the way that I've talked about it with John Mueller is like, how do we add another color to our palette? So
one color.
Yeah,
you're gonna add one.
Yeah.
That's all they'd give you.
No. It wasn't necessarily my initiative. Like John was there too. Like he's like, yeah, we had the opportunity to do something just a little bit different, right? And so it was a very delicate thing to make sure that we don't want to jump into things being like super fuchsia and like abandon the dark tone of the game. And
we can't use fuchsia.
UI is a whole nother.
Okay, on the UI account. Okay, no fuchsia in the environment.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're talking about the environment specifically.
I thought I caught your hand in the cookie jar there.
You tried.
Nah.
No, there's plenty of UI changes like to create some readability, some better readability. But we've explored with some new color palettes that you'll see in the environment, and it makes this region not feel like more of the same.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah,
exactly. It feels new, and that's the refreshing part.
But it's still Diablo 4, and so you're like, okay, cool, like I'm here for this.
Okay, to be respectful of yourself and the other people,
sure.
How about we do like a 10-second rapid fire of the last ones?
Okay,
and then we'll be done.
Sounds good.
Can we expect Renown and the altars, like that one-time content, to go to the expansion?
Yes.
Okay. Will we get updates to the Paragon system in some ways, some exciting changes there?
Outcome yet to be determined.
To be determined. I think you guys announced there's a mercenary system in the expansion?
Yes, we are doing mercenaries. Yep.
When are we going to get to see that? Like not until launch, or are we going to have a campfire on that? Or
I can't tell you when the announcement plans are going to be happening, but we're going to be revealing more in the future.
Okay. One quick question on the mercenary system: Are they intended to actually get in there and fight and tank, or are they more just like a support for yourself, or is it kind of like the Spiritborn where you can build it however you want?
Yeah, the mercenaries were designed in a way that could kind of replicate that like small party experience.
Yeah.
And so you're going to see mercenary builds that may complement certain classes that already exist in the game. And so if you're running around as a Sork and you need someone out there maybe
tanking,
playing a little bit of a tanking role, we've taken that into account with all the mercenary types that you would see.
Okay. The last question for you. The pit, other than Uber Lilith, has really introduced one of the only things into the game that was actually difficult. Like no one's clearing Pit 200 unless you're using a bugged build. Are there plans for anything, the raids, some other endgame system, anything, to put some content in the expansion that's going to be truly challenging for even like the big blasters?
Yeah, the difficulty handling the accessibility with the blasters, we have things that are going to be coming down the pipe that hopefully scratch that itch.
Dude, it was an honor, man, to chat with you. It was a great presentation. Thanks for inviting me, man.
I appreciate it. And you know what? It's nice to not see you on my TV. And like, just hang out in person.
I'm here. I'm a real person. Nobody believes it.
Real. He's a real boy. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'll talk to the others, see if they want to come in and hang out.
Sure.
All right. Thanks.
Have a good one.
Bye, everybody.
The Giga Chat of the expansion, guys. Okay, guys, you can be real with me here. Were my questions dog shit, or did we get some answers for stuff you guys actually wanted? I tried my best to play, read chat, read this, talk to him. It was pretty much impossible. One thing I can tell you guys, like, all the people on the internet that always say like Rax is bot and Rax is a Blizzard shill or whatever, they're gonna hate me for saying this, but look at the dash. Look at the dash on the attack. Look at the dash. There is no escape. There is no escape. Look, no chance. There is no escape. You know, I've never been to a gaming event. What's up, man?
What's up?
How you doing? Yeah, right there. Let's go. We have another lovely person here. Let's go back over here. But I was just going to give you guys a big compliment. I was just saying I've never actually been to one of these events, but it's different when you meet actually in person and how nice everybody is and how like passionate you are.
Yeah, no, I was outside and Brent was like, he had some art questions. So I was like, I'm gonna come in there.
Okay, hell yeah.
Let's do it.
So one thing that I was talking to him about is, I mean, so, okay, can I just be honest with you?
Of course.
In the base game, everything was just black and red and brown. But you guys like have like color here. There's like sand and there's like green poison things here. And everywhere looks a little bit different. Like, what did you guys have to do to actually get them to, I don't know, do anything with the colors here?
You know, we just really like, we focused in on like, how do we make the game like just visually appealing, especially in an expansion, right? We're always trying to like figure out like, where can we improve? What knobs can we turn to make things better? So every step is always kind of like, dungeons, for example, it's like, hey, like we're going into these places in Nahatu. There's these poison vibe. There's these like maggots and blood and ooze everywhere. So instead of pushing it in the background, let's make sure it's like part of the visual language, right?
Yeah.
So we just had a lot more fun and kind of like creating the visual look of the expansion.
What was like the most challenging thing that you had to do in designing this? Like what makes it really hard to design the art for Diablo 4? What are the big challenges you have?
Well, the game camera is always an interesting like kind of thing to deal with. You're so far kind of above everything that everything has to read like at this kind of distance. So you have to make decisions like what's the quick visual read? You want to look at something and kind of know what it is quickly,
right?
Without having to like, I got to zoom in and understand what this is. So like silhouettes are like one of the big things we look at. We also, for like characters and monsters, right? We look at silhouettes. So we want to make sure something is really noticeable at a quick glance, because you're also going to annihilate it pretty soon after, right? They don't live very long, you know, in the game. So we want you to understand what you're running into on a character kind of standpoint. With the environment, it's kind of about like, where's your navigational space? Like what is like walkable, what isn't, and how do we make sure that that's kind of noticeable and we make sure that that's kind of at the forefront so it's easy for you to like understand where you're going. So like, for example, in this space, we're trying to make sure that like when you go into these kind of open spaces, it's kind of clear, but a lot of the things where we might have color are off to the side or leading you to like the next kind of transitional room. So we're kind of trying to be really like strategic about where we put color, light, and like props and interactives.
So are you in charge of the art across the entire game, like all forms of it?
And we have other directors and stuff that like help with like certain elements, but yeah.
So it's like the UI, it's the actual environments and it's everything. Huh. So, okay, I have a question for you. It's kind of like a spoiler, but maybe you can't share this. But obviously we're in like, so the dungeons look very unique. Nahatu already looks much different than the original zones. Are all of the zones in Nahatu, are they all unique? Are they all different, like drastically different from each other, or is it all one big jungle?
The jungle is kind of the through line to everything, and it will change. Like there will be some things that kind of like the jungle will lead into some other like visual interesting areas. And so it's not all just jungle, but the jungle is kind of like like that main color that takes us through everything. But we do push into different areas, and we do have different other different visual elements and locations.
Do you also do all the art for the monsters and the art for the skills? Wow, dude.
I mean, I don't do it.
What, right? You and your team, right?
Yeah, the team does it, but like, you know, look, the team is really skilled. They know what they're doing, and it's really just about direction. And sometimes the magic is just like finding a cool kind of like fantasy to like lock onto, and then you just kind of like go like, hey, this is like I was kind of saying, like, this is our compass now. We're going in this direction.
Yeah.
You know how to drive. Go take us there, and they just kind of take us there.
Wow. So, I don't know, like everything here seems like I'm not at all trying to diss on the base game, but everything here seems to be a little bit higher quality, a little bit more polished. Is there a reason for that? I assume you guys have been working on this for a long time. How did this come to be? Like the monsters look so cool, the animations look so cool. How did this all come to be?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really change our approach from base game to this.
Okay.
I think it's the overall package now, like where we're going, the fantasy of the expansion. It kind of drives us, right? And it's also, you know, this is a really focused area, so we can really delve into like Nahantu itself and pull from it. So like, what do monsters look like from Nahantu? What do they look like when they're affected by things like for the campaign or the story beats that we're going for?
Oh God, I forgot about the campaign. There's a whole campaign to it.
I mean, we got to like pull all that stuff out and really like build around it. So you can see like we want to make monsters. They can be focused. They don't have to kind of like cover such a broad spectrum. You can really start to turn the knobs that really make sense for those moments and those characters, and like double down on those like fantasy themes. The other thing you can do too with like, you know, the classes. I mean, this class, like from start to finish, it is so tightly aligned from like every element, like where we're going, what's the story, who is the class, what are they about, what is the lore, how do they fight, what are the VFX, like we aligned everything. So there wasn't like, there's no disparity in like what the teams are talking about.
Right.
Or like no one's off going like the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And then you at the end, you're like, well, this doesn't fit. Like all the puzzle pieces fit visually. I think that's kind of what you're feeling.
And that I think, maybe not necessarily in terms of art, but that has been, I mean, not to say that it's easy, but there seems to be like sometimes different silos within the teams, maybe not perfect communication. Then when they build stuff, it doesn't fit together.
Yeah, it's never by choice, right? But it's
Right.
like, I think because we were so focused, it allowed us to really, really double down in certain areas. And honestly, like, once we kind of got got everything aligned and got that kind of compass set up and put it in the team's hands, like they just went off. So like, you know, when I come from animation. That's my traditional background.
Okay.
So like the feel of the class is really important to me. I love the feel of all of our classes.
Yeah.
So, you know, as soon as we went martial arts, I was like, oh, I know what we're doing, you know. And then we started talking to the animators. I was like, this one animator came over and we were kind of talking. And I was like, you know what I'm talking about, right? And he was like, I got it, don't worry. And he just started going in, and it was just like, boom, boom, boom. They started, like, it just clicked. And as soon as they got, like, I remember we got our first set of skills in that we were kind of, like, blocking out. And they really, like, ramped up the martial arts vibe. And I was like, oh, like, we're home. Like, we got it. We got it. And then it was just, like, keep going.
So you said your background was in animation. What has been your favorite thing to work on in the expansion?
Oh, I mean, the animation team's fantastic, from cinematics to gameplay stuff. I honestly, like, I'm so glad we leaned into the martial arts vibe in the class,
Yeah.
and I'm so glad that we just, like, doubled down on it, because when I started playing it, and they like I said, they started getting skills in, there was a moment where I kind of like put the controller, and I was like, okay, I don't have to worry about this anymore. You know, like it just clicked. So the class to me, like, I'm a Barb player.
Me too.
I play Barb. Like every time I start a Diablo game, it's Barbarian.
Me too.
And I love that this has a very, very unique like play style. But I don't. When I go home at night and I play Diablo, I play a Barb. Past season I played season 4 I was playing a rogue, but at work I'm playing the Spiritborn and it feels fantastic, and it's like that rush of adrenaline, like the cadence, the rhythm is going, and I go home and play my barb, and while it's different, it doesn't take away anything from the fantasy of the barb. I still love to run up and smash things in their face.
Yeah.
And the barb will always have that place.
Yeah.
So this is just a different way to kind of like imagine that, and I'm gonna be. I usually play melee classes. I swap a lot between barb and rogue now, but now I gotta put the Spiritborn in my rotation.
I mean, you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. This doesn't take away anything from barb for me as well. Barb main as well. Feels more like a monk to me, but when you especially right now I'm playing the gorilla, when you put the gorilla in there, you really get that like Hulk smash vibe.
Yeah.
This is what feels the most barby to me, but it doesn't feel exactly like a barb, so
That's the magic though, right?
Yeah.
Like you kind of get these elements, and we kind of talked a little bit about like you can kind of have some gap fillers with the class, and you get to kind of craft a little bit of a class that you like. Like you can go like I play Gorilla Jaguar a lot. I like getting some damage mitigation, getting the thorns, and then going in there and being able to attack. And I just get in there. I have like defense, right?
Yeah.
So to me, it does kind of like fill in those gaps. Now you mentioned the monk, and we're obviously inspired by what we do, right? Like we look back in the past and like why was the monk successful? What did we like about it?
Sure.
But when you start playing the class and start really getting into all the details, it's completely different. And if there is like a shared through line in some of the martial arts aspects, like they just kind of touch there, and then it kind of just separates at that
branches
point.
off.
It branches off, and it becomes its own class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. From talking to you and Brent, I like to pride myself in the community as being a realist.
Sure.
I just say it as it is. If stuff's not going well, I like to just call it as it is, and if stuff's going good, I can give credit where credit's due. I'll be honest with you. Before coming to this event, I was kind of worried, like, okay, what if this is not so great? That is not how I feel at all. I think this is feeling pretty good, man.
That's fantastic here.
It's a good direction.
As the art director, I'm always trying to make sure that we're connecting the gameplay to the art. So I want to know what we're making, why we're making it, what it needs to do so the art can support that. And I feel like this is a class that really, like, we do that all the time, but this class came together like really nicely. It had such a strong theme of fantasy. It was so easy to just like lock into it. I mean, all our classes have that. Like the necromancer has a really strong theme. Like you know what a necromancer is. Like, and it's we know how to make art for it.
Yeah.
The barbarian also very strong. All of them have it. And so I think the reason why I'm excited about the Spiritborn is like we had these archetypes in the past that were kind of known, like visually, fantasy-wise, thematically.
You got to be more like imaginative here, creative.
Yeah, this one we're going like we don't have something to pull from. We have to make this from scratch. So I think I'm just super excited that like we created something brand new, and it kind of lives up to what I think is the quality bar of what we've done in all of our classes.
Do you think it is, so for that reason, do you think it's more fun to put I'll be honest with you, like if you're asking me personally, so first of all, I love paladins. If you put paladin in the game, that'd be great. I wouldn't be surprised if you did. I just talked to Brent. He said that the team loved the holy archetype, so we might get it, and that's fine. But when you put a new class in, to me personally, it's a breath of fresh air. Like I would really like to play something different if you can actually create a new fantasy. I've been playing these Diablo games for so long. I
feel you.
Nothing really satiates the hunger other than something new sometimes, you know?
The team goes through this too, games aren't easy to make, not at this scale. It takes a lot of time and effort and creativity.
Yeah.
So there's something nice about like releasing the base game, having these solid archetypes, and then letting the team kind of go, guess what? Like, we're going to make something new, so you're going to get a breath of fresh air and you're going to stretch your creative wings.
Yeah.
And you kind of get to like create something from scratch that we haven't done before. And, creative people love that kind of problem-solving space.
Yeah.
So when you get the team in there, it's kind of like it's a boost of energy for the team.
Really?
Yeah.
Just like really high morale, really high energy over there.
Yeah, they got a big challenge in front of them, which is like, we don't know what this is. Like, we haven't seen this before. We don't know how we're gonna do this, but everyone here is totally capable of doing it. So, like, let's go. You know.
So, not to forecast way too far into the future here, we just got done getting our first new class, but does this mean possibly in the future of Diablo 4 that we will get more like completely brand new classes that you guys have created?
I've been at Blizzard for a long time, and I know what I can and cannot talk about.
Right.
So.
Okay. So we're gonna pass on that one.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any questions for the art master himself? What do you guys got? What was the question? I asked him if we could get, if in the future he might be hinting that we would get more new classes that have never been seen in Diablo before. Where actually is something new? This is a mix of monk and witch doctor. Well, you could say that about anything, right?
Yeah, I mean, context is everything. So I think when you play it, it doesn't feel like any of those classes. So you're getting to see it right now, but the feel of it is completely different. The fantasy of it is completely different.
Okay, I have to say, there's some good questions here from chat, and I don't know if you can answer these. I guess we've already kind of seen it. We've seen a new mount come in, the Tigers. Do you guys have even more mounts designed, different styles? And another question someone asked is, have you guys went back at all and updated the base game with like a revamped thing, art style, or is that planned at all if you haven't?
You know, we're as far as mounts go, for the first question, the cat mount made total sense for where we were going.
Yeah.
At this point, that is our new mount. There's really nothing to talk about past that.
Okay.
When it comes to the base game, I think we're always looking at where when the game goes live, it's like the game isn't ours anymore. It's the community's. And making a game of this size, that's a live game, we're obviously keeping up with it. We're obviously maintaining something like what the community wants and needs and what's best for the game. But when it comes to some of the art or the things you asked about, like maybe like the readability or kind of like art in general, we now know what the team is really kind of like focusing in on. We know what the team likes. So now we can start to really like stack rank, like what are the players playing the most? What are they really like locking into?
Yeah.
And then maybe we should look at that and go, okay, well, like maybe we need to like assess this. Yeah. Maybe we need to go here and like dial some knobs in a different direction.
Were you the one that removed the all red and Uber Lilith and gave it some actual color? If so, thank you.
Sometimes you can just give the team a direction, like say like, hey, things aren't, we need to have better readability, and they start to go, okay, I got it, and they'll start to turn knobs themselves. Like they'll figure it out.
Have you guys? So are you also in charge of like cosmetics?
We have a live service art director,
Okay.
Karina. She does a great job, but I still like kind of oversee it and kind of check on things. Yeah.
Will we ever see like? Will we ever see like different skill VFX or anything like that? Like chain lightning goes like this. Oh, but you could earn this, and oh, now your chain lightning is green or something, or anything like that.
I mean, we've talked about everything.
Yeah.
Some things are easier to turn than others, but I think that's just something that we need to make sure that we talk about when it comes to like, what is our plan for the future of the franchise, and where do we want to go?
Right.
It's not off the table, but it's also, not something that we're focused on right now.
Okay. Someone keeps spamming Valkyrie. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I know what that means. Are you asking about a class or? Ask about the overlay map. What would you like to know about it? What about the overlay map? By the way, okay, I guess I can ask something about. Are you in charge of all these new? I like them a lot. The new icons and.
Well, our
updated
UI art team will be dealing with that, but like again, like we kind of know now that we want like readability and like quick visual access and like kind of ease of use is a big thing.
Okay.
So one of the things we often do is we just give like this, like I mentioned before, you give like this high level direction of like, hey, things need to be, like icons need to be more readable at certain scales.
Right.
That's just a directive. And then the team takes that and goes, okay, now when we start making things, like we need to make sure we're doubling down on this. And then as a director, like I can go in and be like, hey, are we remembering this? Like, I'm not getting this. We need to like tune it a little bit, or like, oh, this is great. Like I can totally read what it is from like when the map's kind of zoomed out or whatever.
Yeah.
So you just give them, if you can give clear direction, they can really respond to it.
Here's a question. This is a big one.
Okay.
Lay
it on me.
This is a contested one.
Oh boy.
So a lot of people would love a map overlay, and it's been said before. I've watched so many campfire chats; they all blur together at a certain point. But I think it was Joe Shelley, very early. I think it was maybe even before the game launched. In one of the campfires, said, "We don't like the idea of a map overlay because we want you to look at the environment to kind of determine where you go, and that kind of like takes away of the environment that you have made."
Yeah.
Has there been any further discussions about that? Is it like is it a contested thing within the team? Do people love it and hate it? Is there a reason why it's not an option for people, or might we see it in the expansion?
You know, the way it kind of works when you're making games is like we want to kind of make sure that we're supporting design. And the map overlay to me is really like a design driven kind of initiative. Like, I think if there's alignment on what we want to do with it, for sure, that's really up to the game directors and game designers to decide if like that's the game that if that's the type of game they want them to play. Like, how dare you cover up the art with a map?
Right. Yeah. I mean, that has been said before. That's not the first time I've heard that.
What am I doing here? No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
It really comes down to like the experience that we want the player to have. Like that player experience really matters, and also just like the game we're making. So that's kind of a situation where we haven't really been discussing that. I don't think that's something we're gonna kind of like do at the moment. But again, like as the game is alive and as the game is kind of evolving into what it needs to be, all these topics come back around. They always do.
So it can never die. As long as we keep crying about it, it can never fully die.
Yeah.
So this is not a loaded question, and this is certainly one that you can answer.
Okay.
How is it designing all of the cows for the secret cow level that we will certainly be getting on the expansion, right?
There is no cow level.
I tried, dang.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Guys, art questions. You guys have any? I tried. Oh, wait. I thought I saw this one time. And maybe this is in the game and I'm just really unobservant. So I feel like, I think it was Firewall for a sorcerer. When I level it up, when you level up Firewall to a really high rank, does the Firewall actually change visually?
I think we have like scaling factors, if I'm not mistaken. So I think there's like, it might get bigger or higher.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But not like a huge fundamental change.
No, I don't think we're going we're going to totally redesign the way Firewall looks based on it. So I think it's just more like, because one of the things is like from a readability standpoint, like we want players to know like this is Firewall.
Yeah.
And all of your versions of Firewall, all of your leveling up you should know it's Firewall. So if we change it too much, then you might be going like, well, what skill is this? And then you might think it does something different. So we always want to stay kind of true to like the base of what it's supposed to do.
So I guess that probably answers my question. So are there any plans maybe in the future of the game to kind of change the skills as you level them up? Like you get it to level 5, it's like it's more intense, and you get a Shaco +4 to all skills. Oh, you somehow got to rank 10 of your skill, and now the fire is blue and burning. Has that ever been discussed? Is that something that could come to Diablo?
I mean, we're always kind of so like a lot of this stuff like that to me is something that's not necessarily driven by art. It's a supporting factor if that's how design wants to like kind of design the game.
Okay.
So it's really again like it's a collaboration, and lots of times our goal with the art department is to kind of like support design and make sure that we can like visually create the game they want to make. So we really just have to understand like does that fit? Is that where they want to go with the game? And then we can start to make plans to figure out like how do we do this. I mean, we've been working on live game. We've been working on expansion. There's been a lot going into it. So I think some of those discussions haven't really gone past maybe theory crafting or just kind of like early talks. Like would we want to do this? Is this something we can actually like accomplish?
Right.
And we always have to also ask ourselves like where are we putting our resources, right? Like, can we do all of these things? Should we do that over this? Is this, is this better than this other thing? Like, we have to kind of like understand where it fits.
Probably another thing that some players are super interested in is, are we going to get additional customization for our characters, like in the very beginning?
Oh yeah, like you will have all the same customization that you had like when you made a classroom-based game. So Spiritborn will have all of that, and then there'll be some, there's going to be markings, there's going to be hair, there's going to be like the different kind of personas that you get with the class. There's going to be all that stuff is going to come with Spiritborn.
Okay. And are there plans to add more of those customizations to like all classes in the expansion?
That's something we're talking about.
Okay. What else you guys got? We got the art guy right here. What do you want to know? Art question. Any plans to add an in-game trail, blood petals? Oh, there's so many people talking. Blood petals, ghosts, etc. that tracks your map marks so you don't have to look at the mini map.
That's an interesting idea.
In-game trail.
Okay. Interesting.
A juggle physics control.
Juggle physics control. Like you want to be able to like Tekken combo midair combo people?
I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means like. What does that mean? Like for me, when I'm editing the physics of a game, I would just be disabling screen shake or something.
I see what they're talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that.
Jiggle. Jiggle. Okay.
Yeah. No, we're good. I'll give you one thing that's really interesting. The class is martial arts based, but I'll give you a little insight into like Diablo animation.
Oh, okay.
Diablo animation has its roots in fighting games. So we actually a long time ago talked to a designer from Street Fighter and got an understanding of how they create the combat for Street Fighter, and we took a lot of that and applied it to Diablo.
I've called Diablo 4. I've said it at times it plays like Street Fighter. Yeah. That's crazy. I didn't actually know that.
This was I've been at the company for 18 years on Diablo, and this was probably back during D3 when we had this discussion, like early D3. And yeah, we were basically getting kind of a combat design 101 lesson from the Street Fighter combat designer, and we were like, okay, we're taking all of this and we're gonna figure out how to make this work for Diablo. And then we've stuck with it ever since. So one of our key things with like when it comes to animation and gameplay is like it's gotta feel responsive. It's gotta feel intuitive. It's gotta have that feel. Like when you click, you shouldn't be waiting for something to happen. It should be happening. So like that idea of how that works in a fighting game, right? Like they cut frames, they get you like right into the contact frame. Like when you expect it to happen, we do all that stuff, all the same kind of philosophies.
I don't know if it's the class or like an updated system or whatever, but this is definitely the punchiest version, the most responsive version of Diablo 4 I've ever played.
Yeah.
And you guys were already kind of the industry leader on like the bones of Diablo 4 were really never in question, right? The underlying systems and the combat were always kind of best in the industry, but this feels even a little bit better, which I honestly wasn't expecting, but
That's good to hear.
But maybe I should have.
Yeah. No, we always like when I used to do BlizzCons and stuff, I would be talking to the community, and it was always like from an animation standpoint, when people said like this is the best feeling, kind of ARPG.
Yeah.
That's what the animation team wants to hear. That validates like why we kind of were like, hey, how do we incorporate this fighting game philosophies and principles into our combat? Like that just makes us feel good.
Probably just makes you feel like $1 million and people like the work that you put out. is the UI, meaning the inventory, etc., from an art point of view final, or are you thinking about changes or upgrades either to the items or the character view or the menus? Are you guys working on anything for the expansion there?
You know, I think we want to stay true to what the base game has. There'll always be little improvements and things, but like, you know, we also don't want to overhaul everything completely.
Yeah. So you guys feel comfortable with where it's at right now?
Yeah, I think there's some things we can kind of tune to make feel better, or we can kind of get in to make things maybe more consistent, or have like a consistent language in certain areas with certain things. Like, but for the most part, we're not going to like redesign the UI.
Okay.
And also, like, I mean, I think if you look at, you know, Diablo, other games, you know, in the same kind of genre, players want to stop and they want to read the items. They want to look at what they're getting. They want to have a moment to kind of do that stuff. Whether it's in town or in the middle of a dungeon, like you get an item, you want to take a second, like look at it. And so the UI has to kind of support the ability to, like, you know, read something clearly with a lot of information. Some modern games and modern UIs are really sleek and they look really good, but sometimes it's like not the best for like getting the information you might want.
Right.
You know, you don't want to have to always go to like a full screen window that's completely out of the game so you can like look at something in the UI. We can kind of put in the paper doll, we can kind of block it out, give you the information you need, and you can get back into the game.
Yeah. Someone asked, in the original, like before Diablo 4 launched, they were announcing it, they showed like that they were actually building a skill tree. It was a tree in the UI. And then you guys went to, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, the grid format or whatever the proper term would be. Have you guys ever thought about changing it back to that, or was there a particular reason why you moved away from it actually being a tree?
Everyone on the team, like, we're all gamers, right? And I think even from a point where you're looking at something like artistically, I always have to take a step back and kind of go, as a gamer, how does this feel? Right? And like, it might look pretty, but when
the functionality
when
is
you start
bad.
getting into the functionality, you're like, well, where do these branches go? How do I follow this? How do I get to where I want to go? Like, now you're making me stay out of the game, potentially in a way that feels frustrating. Like, we don't want that to happen. So in some cases, we might go with a simpler visual design because we just know that, like, we want you to get in, look at the UI, follow what you need to, get whatever, you know, skill you want to lock or paragon you want to add, or like whatever you're doing, and get back into the game. We don't want you like struggling through this, like,
traversing the UI
Yeah,
instead of playing.
We don't want you to do that. We want you to play the game.
Someone said they had a super important art question.
Okay.
Will we ever get color changes for weapons instead of just armor? A lot of the sets come with weapons and accessories that can never change color.
That's a good question. I'm going to take that one. It's good. It's a good question.
That was a
We're
good
going to figure
question.
that one out.
Good question. Thank you for asking. They'll take it back. Maybe we'll get some new questions on our weapons. Okay, that's probably not an art question, but maybe you've talked with some teams. Has the team ever considered auto-pathing when you mark something on the minimap?
Oh, like you click a ping and you just like run to it?
Auto-navigate?
That's not, I don't know. That's really not an art thing. It's probably, we'd have to ask.
There's a good question. Are you guys happy with where like the buffs and the debuffs are, like UI wise, or have you guys thought about it, like some new imagination of how to display those?
That's a good question. We know that there's kind of like it's like familiar to have the UI where it is right now.
Right.
I want to say that is a topic of like, where do we put buffs and stuff? Like,
Yeah.
we have talked about it, but you know, at its current state, it's like, we always want to be very careful of like, we make a change and the ripple effect is huge.
Oh, I like that. Wait,
What happened?
I got a channeling pylon and you... Maybe I'm just imagining something. Maybe I
Did it make you happy?
It made me happy.
Okay.
I thought like
It was on purpose. It was great.
I thought that the color of the resource bar actually changed when I picked up the channeling pylon, but now I'm thinking I was just out of mana or something. I don't know. I'll have to go back and look. Either way, I'm happy I have vigor.
So yeah, but when it comes to the UI and stuff, like we obviously don't want to do a change.
Wait, it did happen. Okay, I'm not crazy. It was blue and it turned orange. I like that. Did you do that?
Our UI team did that.
Wow, nice. Okay, so yeah, my resource bar turned gold.
Did it happen when it got? It didn't happen when it got full, right?
It happened when I clicked the channeling
When you
pylon.
clicked the channeling
so there was an indication that I actually picked up a channeling pylon. Oh, I've never.
Oh,
seen
I remember us. I think I remember us talking about that. There's so much that goes on in making the game.
I played a lot of Diablo 4. When something weird like that, when something happens that I don't expect, that's not very often. I'm like, oh,
yeah,
I like that.
But anyway, we want to be careful with like if we were to like move the icons into a different spot, we could potentially open up a whole slew of new things we have to solve, and we just want to be very cautious. You know, we're always being cautious about like what are we potentially doing? What is the ripple effect? And like what is this going to mean? And we want to be very, very cognizant of that.
Here's an awesome question. So you guys said that you took some inspiration from Street Fighter for the combat.
Mm-hmm.
Not even necessarily if you took inspiration for it for Diablo 4, but are there any other video games, it doesn't even necessarily have to be in the ARPG genre,
Sure.
or it could be that you really take inspiration from, you're like, wow, I love what they did there, that inspires me to do something here or there.
Yeah, I mean, we look at everything. We're gamers. We love pop culture. We watch, old school fantasy or sci-fi stuff. We read, like we pull from everything. So lots of times it's just really about like, for this. So the Street Fighter comment is really about like the kind of DNA of our combat feel.
Right.
For D3, D4, moving forward. For Vessel of Hatred specifically, and for the Spiritborn specifically, we looked at a lot of fighting games. We obviously did. We looked at a ton of like anime. We looked
Really?
we looked at a ton of martial arts movies. We looked at we were looking at everything, and we were able to kind of really start to like, even before we started like making things, we were like categorizing, like, hey, all this reference here, whether it's a video game, a movie, a comic book, a manga, an anime, whatever we were finding, this is gonna go like in this section. And sometimes it was like, these look really, really good for like Gorilla. Like these represent visually like what we're talking about. And we start to like create this map, so we have this like visual map now of like where we want to like put everything. So there's nothing's off limits at that point. And just as another thing, like, we play a lot of games. I play a ton of games. So I'm also.
What games are you playing right now? Did you
let's
play
see.
the Elden Ring DLC?
I'm actually playing Seamless Co-op Elden Ring with 2 other friends.
Dude, I was gonna play that with Sarah.
It's awesome.
Dude, so they just updated it for the.
Seamless Co-op Elden Ring is really cool.
Yeah.
I've been playing a lot of Season 4. I'm playing Elden Ring right now. I play. God, what else was I playing after that? I was playing Destiny 2. The expansion came out there.
Yep.
What else?
So you guys are blasting.
Oh, I mean, I was playing. I sometimes like to play. I play a lot of other games, sometimes not in the genre, because I'm also trying to understand like why do I like this game?
Right.
Like, what is about it that's cool? And like, are we doing something similar? Are we doing something that could be,
Can you learn something?
Can I learn something? Right. And so sometimes it's not always about like the same genre, because then you can kind of get in this like, I don't know, this like gaming echo chamber of like you're just kind of spinning with all the same ideas, and it's like, well, that's like. Why is Elden Ring Seamless Co-op sticky to me? Like why? Right?
Yeah.
Like why do I like, why was Destiny like really good visually? Like why did I like it? You know what I mean? And like so like you can kind of get in there and start to ask yourself those questions.
Yeah. It's not just for not just for recreation, but also for professional inspiration.
For sure, for sure. So yeah.
How are we doing on time here? Do we have a hard stop at 2? Because they told us 2 hours, so we got like 9 minutes, or?
Maybe, but you know what? I'll let you go. I'll let you get back to your chat.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much.
Dude, it was awesome.
Thanks for the invite, man.
Yeah, hey, it's great
to
connect.
It's incredible. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, man.
Yeah, it's great to connect with the community.
You did a great job here.
Can I do one of these? Can I do it? Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. All right, everybody. Thank you very much. Awesome. Hey, have a good rest of your time.
You too, man. All right, guys. That was the art guru. Wasn't expecting that, but pleasantly surprised. What did you guys think about him? Okay. So sorry, I didn't get to talk much about Gorilla, but am I correct in assuming that when you guys saw me switch the builds, that you guys kind of got to see the Hulk smash playthrough, and now you're seeing the movement of the eagle? Let's chat with Spiritborn. Dude, that's a cool guy, man. I had lunch with him yesterday. He's a nice guy, man. He loves the Spiritborn. Like I said earlier, I hope one day in life I love anything as much as he loves the Spiritborn. I think he likes the Spiritborn more than I like tacos, and that's impossible. He actually said he wants to talk. I think he said he wants to talk to me later about some ideas for the Spiritborn, and Lord knows I got ideas on everything. Your mana fills up completely if it turns yellow. Okay, let's see. Fake news. By the way, so many people, Vortex gifted 20 subs. So many people are subbing, following. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. I think I'm about out of time. I tried to show you all 4 builds. Is there anything? I went to all different dungeons. I went to both strongholds. I tried to show you a bunch of different monsters. I tried to show you pretty much everything. Is there anything that's available here that I can show you that I missed? Because it was really all about you guys. I'm here, I get to play, I get a streamer privilege, Keck W, but you guys don't, and all you get to play is what I display here. So it's very important to me that you guys got to see what you wanted to see. Take off the hood, that's what we really want. Yeah, we can go back. We'll go back to that. Let's go back to that stronghold until they kick me out. As far as I know, I might be done in 5 minutes. So. There are new aspects. What I have heard from people that know much more about the game than I do is when you play the further builds, the legendary aspects and the uniques make the Spiritborn infinitely stronger, you know, actually different play styles that you can't find when you're a level 30 with no tempering, just kind of running around doing whatever, right? So this is the kind of the vanilla version of the Spiritborn. When you get the Paragon glyphs, the new powers, the all of those things, they're pretty excited about how powerful this class really gets. Show the map. I showed it a couple of times. Let me show you again. Here's the old stuff. Here's where we are now. We got an elixir. Lit. Love that. Small. No, they said that no. The expansion is the same. So I asked earlier. The expansion is the same size as the original game. So you just double the size of Diablo. This is only the first zone. You continue forward right here. This is just the first zone of the expansion. It's doubled the size of Diablo 4. That's what they said earlier. He said the size of Skazglen? What? Maybe what? Is that really what he said? I thought... Oh, people are saying he said Skazglen. Is that what he said? Oh, maybe I misunderstood. Oh. So... Well, I mean, this is the size of Skazglen. Kind of, isn't it? This map is already the size of this, and it goes further. What? Okay, so last time I got over here by using a jumpy skill, and I jumped over it. I don't have the jumpy skill on my bar, but we can fix that very easily. Jumpy skill is called Soar. It's right here. Let's put a point into jumpy skill. I'm guessing this is not how you actually do it. Okay, I'm actually stuck. Oh, lit. I like that. Okay, back in we go. Okay, let's see if we can actually beat this. Okay, so what do you actually do here? You pick up the lantern, you put it in the brazier, and then you follow the spirit, right? Okay, we're gonna follow this guy. We're gonna see where he goes. Okay, so we're supposed to end in 1 minute, but I'm going to play until they... Well, I have a feeling it's going to end, because we have actually other things that we have to do. The day has only just begun. Okay, so that is opened. So now we get a new lantern. Okay, when you attack, the lantern drops. Alright, let me pick up a new lantern. Now we need a brazier. Can I just go back to the beginning and put it there? Is that something that I can do? Or is that something that I should do? Yeah, see, I can light this path now. There was one next to me. Okay, I figured I must be missing it or something. Let's try unveiling this way. Okay. Come on, little buddy. Are they going to change the horse icon to an actual cat on the bar instead of the horse? Okay, that's... I got you. Okay, this guy's taking me a completely different direction. This looks very zoomed out. Are they changing it again on the expansion? Not that they've told me, but maybe. Okay, so we need a brazier, right? Not this. We need a brazier. So let's see if we can find one. So that thing is not it. We need a brazier. Yeah, we need a Brazil, exactly. Where's Brazil at? Brazil, where you at, bro? Okay. You guys are lucky I can't get over there. Where is Brazil? We found Brazil. Can I just run through here and just ignore them? Oh. It's pronounced brazier, but if we call it brazier, then we can't call it Brazil, right? So let's stick with Brazil. I feel much more comfortable calling it that.
Need more time. Need more time.
How's my Brazilian Rax? Unless I'm stupid, Brazilians speak Portuguese, right? I didn't know Brazilian was a language.
Need more time.
Will Diablo ever make an appearance, and why is he not in the base game for the first time ever in the Diablo series? I don't know, man. Every time I ask about Diablo, I never get a straight answer, so I don't know. I don't know why he's not there. I hope he's coming. And if he isn't, I'm going to be big sad. I'm sure he's going to make an appearance at some point. How do I feel about the DLC overall? Has that made the game more enjoyable? You mean this expansion? I would honestly say that this is the most fun I've had in Diablo 4. I love the new class. This is really the archetype that I was hoping for. I love the new environments. I like the way that this looks a lot. That's where I came from, I'm sure of that. I like how responsive the skills feel here. I like the level of polish. I feel like I'm playing a AAA game here. It's very, very, I don't know how to describe it, punchy. It's very responsive. It's very fluid to play.
Not ready yet.
You'll notice it when you play as well. Again, this isn't even the latest patch. They have better patches than this one, which... The worst thing that could happen is they make this class, it like really sucks, and the gameplay sucks, and the zones look stupid, and... Okay, I found it. It's right here. Yeah, I'm very confused because as I understood, maybe I'm wrong, but your interpretation was, oh, wait, maybe we can see the whole thing. Maybe this is the whole thing. It's this and this and it's this. Maybe over here, maybe down here, here. Okay, maybe we can see the entire thing. There's just different sections that are covered up here. Okay, so maybe it is, okay, it's the size. I mean, it's a pretty good, it's a pretty good chunk. It's like almost as big as these two zones. If that's the entire thing.
Not ready.
Oh, I think I finally, I might be wrong, but I think I finally actually understand what's going on here. Maybe.
Not ready yet.
But maybe not. There's a brazier. We did it, boys. Okay, we got this far last time. Yeah, and there could be like a portal to hell or a portal to Mephisto, or could be more. I really don't know. Okay. Oh, climb up. Okay. Wait. We actually getting somewhere, boys? Yep, another, okay, wait. We might be doing it. Okay, this guy's leading me back this way. Okay. Oh, yep. Open that up for me. Yep. Excusey. No problem, I got an eagle. We're good, don't worry. Oh, another one, Skittering Darkness. Are we doing the thing finally?
Need more time.
Okay, let's go back here.
Need more time.
All right. Let's keep blasting here.
Need more time.
We've done a lot here. We've done both of the strongholds. We've done almost every dungeon. We tried cellars. I showed you. Okay. Okay, there's a golden marker over here. Bring the reliquary lantern to the source of the hateful dark. All right, I got you. Maybe. Can I go up this way? No. Okay, let's try this way. Okay. It's over there. We have 30 more minutes. Okay. Maybe we can beat this stronghold? Oh, God, another one? Okay, let's go in. Man, we're definitely going to need a Maxroll strategy guide for how to beat this one. Woody killed Uber Mephisto. I have a feeling they didn't put Uber Mephisto in the demo. Yeah, it's like a little labyrinth. It's cool, though. All right, I've already been here. I already killed everything. Okay. We're going to figure it out. Yeah, we should take a look at tempering. We should. Okay. We see the circle. It's over here. So we want to go this way. I don't suppose I could jump over it, can I? I don't even have a jump. All right. Can we... Look how close I am to the circle, guys. Okay. Wait. We're almost there. Oh, is it down below? Here. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. We're creeping. Or is it down? Maybe it's down there? We got to be getting close. Oh, yes, yes. I like that. Okay, so is this nothing? Oh, here we go. Oh, nice. Okay. Look at this. Look at this.
Need more time.
Okay, it appears that what we need to do is we need to go the other way. We need to go this way with this. Okay. This level is so stupid. I love this level. This level's sweet. It's like you're in a haunted house. Come on, buddy. Help me out here. Okay. Okay, this doesn't look right.
Need more time.
Here's another Brazil. Okay, Brazil is over here. Okay. Excellent. All right. Let me grab a lantern because I can't see anything. Right here. Excellent. This isn't one, right? Did it not pick it up? There we go. Forward we go. Now we can see. I think we're doing it, guys. Yep. Yep. Look at this. Look at this. Gates of the Necropolis. Wow. Wow. So I must have to do something with this because I'm not doing any damage. So let's try to figure this out here. Okay, I have this, so I assume I need to light something. Okay, I did that, and maybe I bring him in. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Are we doing it? Okay. Let's see if we can get him. Oh, he teleported in. Big mistake. Okay, we take the lantern. Ow. Ow. Stop that. Okay. Boom.
Corruption is fading.
Okay. Now what? Now what? Oh, there's stairs here. Okay, okay. Nice. Or little ladder. I like that. Wow. Very cool. Very cool experience there. Okay, I see the path. Woody died. We beat him to the thing. It's challenging. Screenshot for future reference. Here we go, boys, for the Maxroll guide. Yeah, let's go look at the tempers. You're right. Yeah. It seems like there is some kind of a stat squish because the Juggernaut aspect is completely different and the armor is completely different in this build. So they must be doing something. Yeah, let's check out tempering. Oh, you want to know what I could do for you guys? For your theory crafting pleasure? Yo. I could quickly mouse over every aspect. Then we could pause later. Let's get this on film. Let's get every single aspect. Just gonna slowly go through here. That way we have this for later. Now we have every passive, every skill, every upgrade, every Codex of Power. At least what they're showing us. There could be a lot. I'm guessing there's a lot more than what they're showing us here. But this is what they're showing us for the demo anyway. Okay, down here. Okay, we can just slow it down and pause it for later so we don't have to actually read anything. Then we can do a big analysis later and make some really awesome builds. Although I must say I'm pretty happy with all the builds that I made for today. The little powers that I added in, my little cheat sheet here has been very nice. Okay, there we go. We got all that. We can look at that later. Now let's go to the tempering. Okay. Guess we can just salvage everything. It's fine. Oh, we can't temper. Wah. Unlock the potential of the most... What are these icons? I guess that's the same as in the current game. It doesn't say tier 5, does it? Okay. Do you know, do we need to be done?
I think you have a little bit of time because Woody's interview is still going.
We have more time because Woody has an interview? Okay. Well, I love... Say it again? Sure. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. Okay, well, we can't use the tempering, but you want to know what I can do? I could look at all my tempering manuals. Suck it, Blizzard. All right. This one is already in the game. Already in the game. I guess let me just mouse over all of them. Spiritborn Endurance. Okay. 160% damage to payback? Oh my god. 185% damage to Rushing Claw. Holy. Okay. Go to collections. Collections. I don't even know how to get there. You? How do you do that? Escape? Social? Map? What can I figure out here? Y. Y is unbound. Let me see if they just unbound it or... Options, controls... Collections is on Y. So it is there, it just doesn't, it won't let me see it. Dude, is there a horse boy, the stable? Oh, let's look at the alchemist. Can we find anything here? Okay, that looks similar to what we already have. Dude, let's see what this will give me. Yo. Could I just have crafted 1,000,000 of these? What does this give me? An omelet. Okay. I already hovered over all the skills and all the passives, so we have that for later. Anything new at the jeweler? Let's look at the stable. Maybe we can find, I don't know, something. I thought the stable was over here. Did the gambler change at all? Doesn't look like it. Jeweler looks similar. The wardrobe is over here, but when I get close to it, it won't let me click it. Look, they're debating me. Look right here. The wardrobe is there, and I go, ooh, ooh, ooh. I want to try it. Nope. Yeah, can I go to my chest? How many stash tabs do I have? Wham. Is the occultist the same? The occultist is the same. I've been using her. Dude, can I craft a nightmare dungeon? Watch this one. Dude, I wonder what happens if I craft this. Okay, well, obviously we have to craft them all and see if we can find anything interesting. Okay. This all seems natural. An omelet sounds good. Oh, yeah, it does. Go back. Go back to what? Did what say? These are all world tier 3. These are sacred tiers. Tier 5 is tier 5 within world tier 3. What's the renown reward? I don't know if I can open that. Use a Nightmare Dungeon sigil? I would love to, my friend. Can I port to Kmart? Let's go right here. Let's see if we can get out of bounds. Let's try to do something we're not supposed to do. Yeah, let's try to get past the invisible wall here. Oh, we can't even get out of town. All right, here we go. Quest complete, Nightmare Dungeons. I didn't do anything. Brax got caught in 4K. Got caught doing what? I didn't even do anything. Guys, I would never try to go past this smoky barrier.
5-minute warning, sadly.
Okay. Never mind, they caught me. They're shutting me down. Okay, well, I'm just gonna walk over here for a second just to see if there's a goblin over here, you know. I could really use some new loot. Yeah, I'm thinking there might be a goblin right there. Here we go, here we go, here we go. All right. Now, the only reason why I'm getting jumpy skill is because I think there might be a goblin over this branch. I would never do something that I shouldn't be doing. I'm not trying to get out of bounds into an area they don't want me in. That's not what I'm trying to do here. That's not... I just think there's a goblin over there. Oh, wait. Oh, it's a town. Oh, it must be a town. Right? Wait. Getting warmer. Wait.
Not ready.
All right. Well, they said we have to wrap it up here. Guys, real quick before I let you go, I want to say thank you for being here. I've never traveled anywhere. Everyone, you guys have been so nice to me over the years. Blizzard invited me for this, what I consider a big honor. They've been so nice to me here. And it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I remember I was just a little kid playing Diablo 2, man. It's been a long time. I hope that I showed you the gameplay that you wanted to see. I hope that you got a good feel for all the different ultimates and all the different play styles. Hope that we went pretty much everywhere. I mean, we did that stronghold, we did the other stronghold, we did a lot of the dungeons, so a lot of the stuff that they had there we did do. And I hope this helps you make a judgment call and if you want to get the expansion. Since I'm here, I should say really nice things about the game. That's like an obligation for just like being a good person, right? Luckily, it just does really feel good. It feels good to play this class. It feels very smooth. You'll see it whenever you get your hands on it. If there's some opportunities for you guys before the expansion, I don't know. It didn't sound like there would be unless you go to Germany and Gamescom. You're going to see. I'm sure the other content creators are going to say the same thing. I definitely know how Diablo 4 feels to play. I made 25 100s in Season 4 alone. That's just in one season. So I know how the game feels, and this definitely feels better. So screenshot the map for you. Everything is on my VOD, man. Go back and grab anything you want. I moused over everything. All the tempering, all the passives, all the skills. You have everything. All right, well, let's try to find a lovely person to raid here. Thanks for being here, guys. All right. Oh, let's raid Barricade, yeah. Barricade is such high energy. He deserves it. Frosty, happy birthday, man. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I had an absolute blast being in the control room of the Xbox Studios. Once in a lifetime opportunity. The new class is great. I will definitely play it on the launch, and I'm really looking forward to it. I will, of course, with the info that we have, I will theory craft everything, and I'm quite sure I will make some godly builds for you. I'm certain of it. Have a fantastic night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow back home. Good night, guys.